Hi, I'm Norm Abram. Welcome to the new Yankee workshop. But today's project is going to be this medicine cabinet that I have hanging up on the wall over here. The inspiration came from a couple of pieces we saw at the Hancock Shaker Village. That's coming up next, right here in the new Yankee workshop.
The new Yankee workshop features the craftsmanship of Norm Abram.
The idea of a private bath to these 19th century Shakers was virtually an unknown. They shared everything. For instance, this retiring room or bedroom was shared by 4 sisters. And we've been told that they were satisfied just having a table with a basin and a pitcher filled with water, along with a bar of very harsh-looking soap. And down below, on a little swivel to keep it out of the way, the chamber pot. Another thing that surprises me is that for 4 sisters, they were only allowed one small looking glass or mirror. And they just hung it on these classic shaker pegs that were all around the room. And look at over here, they even hung a chair up on it that wasn't being used. Now, we looked all over the museum to try to find a cabinet or a chest with a mirror on it. We found plenty of little ones like this, and even some bigger ones like this one, which is nicely made of pine with shelves on the inside and a very nice overhang detail at the top. But we couldn't find any with a mirror on them. So maybe there's a way that I can combine the looking glass with a nice cabinet like this and come up with something that even a Shaker sister would accept. An awful big order, though. Well, for my medicine cabinet, I think I'm going to use some red oak because it's that hard wood that can take all the abuse that that cabinet's going to get while it's being used. So I went down to my hardwood supplier and picked up some 1x6 to make the case of the cabinet. And then I ripped some stock down to 2 inches, 1 set for the face frame, 1 set for the frame on the door. Then I picked up some 1/4-inch oak plywood, and I was a little bit shocked at the price of it, but it's going to do a great job, and it looks good. 1 piece is going to be for the back of the mirror, and 1 piece is going to be for the back of the cabinet. Then I picked up a piece of oak about 8 inches wide, and that'll be the top shelf. Now let's go over to the prototype and take a look and see how this thing is built. The case is put together with these finger joints. And I have one up here that's not glued up, and I can show you how it works. It's just little fingers, actually, that stick out and interlock with one another. And it's not only an attractive joint, but it's a very strong joint because there's an extraordinary amount of glue surface area. Now, to make the joint, we're going to use the table saw. And it's set up with a dado head cutter, and in this case, a 2-blade cutter, which is adjustable for varying widths of material that you want to remove. And the real key to making the joint, this little jig. Not something that I just made up, on my own. It's something that's been around cabinet shops for a long, long time. And it's pretty simple to make. It's just a piece of wood with a couple dados cut in it. One here, 3/8 of an inch wide, then a 3/8 of an inch space, and another dado 3/8 of an inch, which is filled with this little pin, which I screwed on from the bottom. And what you do is, using your T-square, you take the jig and you fasten it to your T-square with a couple screws. And I'll show you how this works. The first cut you make is with a little guide stick, a 3/8 of an inch thick guide stick. And you put that up against the pin, slide a piece of material in, and make that first cut on one piece. Then butt that piece up against the pin and take your next piece, and without that little guide stick, slip it up against the pin. Pass through, it cuts both pieces at the same time, and after each pass you just move over one slot, drop it down over the pin, and make the next pass. And when you're finished at the end, you'll get 2 pieces of wood that'll fit together perfectly, and a joint that's not many other joints that are stronger than this. So let's do some for real. Let's take a look inside our prototype medicine cabinet. And you'll see that before I can assemble this case, I have to drill some holes in the side pieces like these. And that's for these little clips that go in. They're shelf clips, and they'll help hold up our glass shelves. Now, there's quite a few holes to drill, and you want them to come out exactly spaced, so it's worth setting up a jig over here on the drill press. And what I did is took a piece of 1x4 and put markings at every inch all the way down the length of it. Then, when I fastened it to my rib fence, I just made sure it was squarely aligned with the drill bit. Then I made an adjustment to the drill press so that when I drill down, it won't go through, it'll just drill the right depth. And using a 1/4 inch brad point bit, I'll be able to drill my holes. Now, I didn't want to start right at the bottom because you're never going to have a shelf that close to the bottom. So I felt that 4 inches away would be the appropriate distance. So I've put an S here to mark my starting point. And then over here on the other side, I've put another S for my stop point. Okay, a little bit of yellow glue spread out with my brush here. And I'll be able to fit these corners together using a little gentle persuasion from my rubber mallet. Well, I think I better check that case for square before the glue sets up. Let's see, I'll set this on the inside a little bit. Okay. Now, I didn't forget the clamps. I think the joints are tight enough that it's going to hold itself together. But I do want to let the glue set up, so I'll let that stay there. And we'll go back over here and look at the prototype. I think we'll start working on this face frame. This is what the door hangs on. And these joints down here are made by using half-lap joints. And if we look at the outside of the cabinet here, and I'll wet the joint a little bit so you can see it better, you can see that it sticks through half the thickness of the material. And I'll make that joint over on my radial arm saw, where I've set up the dado head cutter and then adjusted the height of the saw so that it's going to remove just half the thickness of the material. And I've put guidelines of where I want to stop making the cuts. Okay, a little more yellow glue on this half-lap joint. Set those together. Now I'm going to drill some little pilot holes, really necessary with this oak. Whenever we nail or put screws in, we drill little pilot holes. Now these screws are not going to show because they're on the back side of the face frame, and they're really only here to hold the joint together while the glue sets up. Well, with the glue set up on my case, I'm ready to sand out those box joints. But I have a little bit of a problem in that there's some little spaces here. I'm going to show you a little trick I learned how to fix those. You take some glue and you put a little bit in each one of those cracks. Then you can take the bag off your sander and dump out some sawdust, the same oak, and then just take that and spread it in all those little gaps. And then when you run the sander over it again, no one's ever going to know those spaces were there. Okay, the next thing that I want to do is put a rabbet in the back of my case to accept the plywood that's going to go in here. And to do that, I use my router with a 3/8 inch rabbeting bit. And I'll just plunge in and go around. Now, the problem is that I have a narrow board here for the router to sit on, so I'll hold it steady and just go slowly. Now the rabbiting bit doesn't give me a square corner here. It leaves a little bit of a radius there. So I'll clean out that area with a nice sharp chisel. A little more yellow carpenter's glue, and I'm ready to put the back on. Of course, making sure that the oak side is facing the inside of the case. And I'll fasten it in place using some 1-inch drywall screws. And remember, none of these are going to show because this cabinet will be screwed onto a wall somewhere. Well, meanwhile, we'll put a little more glue on the front edges of the cabinet, and we're ready to set the face frame. Now I'll hold the face frame even with the top of the case and about 1 inch over each side and the bottom. I've pre-drilled a hole here to fasten it with some 4-penny finish nails. We drive the nails in, set them, and later they'll be filled so that they don't show. Well, now I'm ready to start working on the door for the medicine cabinet. I could have joined the pieces together with a half-lap joint like I did on the face frame, but the trouble with that is when I open the door, I will see those screws that are in the back of a half-lap. So I chose to do a mortise joint, a through mortise, and if I wet the end of this here, you can see a little bit better where the mortise comes through. And that's held in place by a couple dowels. Now another thing I'm going to have to do is put a groove in all these pieces to hold the mirror in place. And that's the first step in the operation. I've got my pieces, and I've set up the saw with the dado head cutter again, and it's set up to be a little bit more than 1/4 of an inch wide, and it's about 7/16 of an inch high, centered in each piece. The next thing to do is put a mortise at the top and bottom of each style. And that's best done by just using an ordinary saw blade in the table saw, because the dado head just doesn't come up high enough for this deep of a mortise. Well, next I want to make these tenons, which fit into the mortises I just did. Now the first thing I want to do is make this shoulder cut right here. So I've set up the saw, and I've got the blade at the right height, and then I've added this gauge block. And what that does is it sets me up so that I make the cut in the correct place. Plus, this setup gives me some additional safety, because whenever you use a T-square in combination with a rip fence, you always stand the chance of kickback. What this does is sets me up, and then when I get beyond it, I have clear space in here, so I shouldn't have any problems with kickback. Okay, that's it for the shoulder cut. Now I need to make the cheek cut, which is along this direction right here. And I've readjusted the saw, moved the fence a little bit closer, and now we're ready to do that. Okay, with the frame dry fit together, I'll bring it over and set it on my face frame, because I know my face frame is square. I just want to check the door frame, and that lines up pretty good. Now, I've also marked on these corners where I want to drill the holes for the 1/4-inch dowels, which will hold everything together. And I'm ready to drill those over here on the drill press, where I've set up a 1/4-inch brad point bit, and I've clamped a piece of wood to the table, and that's so that when the bit passes all the way through, it won't splinter out on the bottom. Well, the next thing to do is to put a 1/4-inch roundover on the inside of the door frame. And to do that, I'll use this router bit. But I have a problem. The bit has a little ball bearing on it, and that's really a guide. It has to ride up against the material. And because I've already grooved the door, there's no place for it to ride. So what I've done is made some filler strips, which I'll just stick in the grooves, and now the bearing has a place to ride, and I'll have no problems. All right, now I'm just going to slide the mirror in. I've already pinned the joints down here at the bottom, and I've got some glue on the top joint, so I'll just get those set in here like this. And now I'm going to have to stand it up to drive that the rest of the way down. And boy, hammers and mirrors. I hope I don't end up with 7 years bad luck. Okay. Now I can set it back down flat, take these little 1/4-inch dowels and just put a little bit of glue on them, and then drive those in through my pre-drilled holes. Now the best way to remove the excess hardwood dowel is just to use the belt sander. Now let's look back at our prototype, and you'll see that the outside edges of the door are also rounded over. And that's a 3/8-inch radius round over, and I've set up a bit in my router, and I'm ready to run that. Okay, the next thing I want to do is attach the door to the face frame. And I'm going to use an 1.5-inch brass-plated piano hinge to do that. Now, I suppose I could just surface mount the hinge to the door in the face frame, but I don't think that looks very good. So I use a full mortise, which is much neater and very professional. Now, I suppose you could chisel that out, but it's not an easy thing to do, especially on oak. So I have a way to do that, and I'll show you. The first thing you do is you set the hinge on the back of the door, and using a sharp utility knife, scribe the end points of the hinge. Then I'm going to take a router, which is set up with this 1/2-inch mortising bit, and that cuts a very smooth surface on the bottom of the mortise. And I've set it up in my router with this guide fence, which controls the width of the cut. Now I'm going to have to cut the ends freehand following those scribe marks, but that's not too bad. I just have to be careful. Well, that does a real nice job making a smooth cut. And again, it would be very difficult to chisel this out by hand. The thing I want to make sure, though, is that I keep the router base perfectly flat on the door style, because if I allow it to tip, it's going to chew out the edge of the door and I'm going to ruin it. Now, all I have to do is remove this little piece that's left in the corner, and then I'll do exactly the same thing to the face frame. Okay, with the hinge attached to the door, I'll clamp it to the face frame of my case, and then being sure to pre-drill some holes in this hard oak, just fasten it with the screws. That seems to fit pretty good. Now there's one more thing I want to do, though, to the inside of this door. I don't want to see the back side of this mirror. So I've cut another piece of the 1/4-inch oak plywood, and that fits in between the stiles and rails of the door frame. And I'll attach that to the mirror with a special mastic that I'll get at my glass center. But I don't want to do that right now. I want to coat the back side of this plywood with a sealer before I fasten it, so that it won't absorb any moisture and swell up. Now the next thing I want to do is make this little shelf that goes on the top. And that's just our piece of 8-inch oak, which has had the corners rounded off and then eased. Well, the first thing I want to do is knock off these corners. And I'm just going to use a good old American quarter for a template. Okay, and then I'll just take my drum sander and remove the material. Well, now I just have to route the rest of it. Now this router is mounted underneath a router table, and I've set it up with a 3/8-inch radius roundover bit with a pilot bearing. Okay, to attach the top element to the case, I first drill a hole using a countersink bit, and then I'll fasten it with a 1-inch screw. Then I'll take a oak bung and apply a little bit of glue to it, and that gets set in this hole. Then I'll take my belt sander and sand off any of the excess bung, and this piece is ready for some finish. The key to getting a nice finish on any of these pieces is to do them in an environment that's as dust-free as possible. That's why I've set up an area that's outside of the shop where all the dust is, and I've done all my sanding out there, and the last thing that I'm going to do is do the final cleanup right here with a tack cloth. It's really just a piece of material like cheesecloth, and it's been treated with some kind of a resin that makes it tacky, and that'll pick up any of the remaining residue that might be left on the piece. Now this first coat is just a sanding sealer, and what it does is it penetrates the wood, and when it's dry I'll sand it with a very fine sandpaper, and it'll give me a perfectly smooth base for the finished coat. Well, it's starting to look pretty good already. I'll let this dry for a couple hours, and then I'll be ready to sand it. Well, after the sanding sealer dried, I took the medicine cabinet back into the shop, and I was able to lightly sand it with some 320 wet dry sandpaper. And when you do that, you end up with a little bit of residue here. Now, I vacuumed most of it off, and the last thing to do is remove the rest of the residue with a tack cloth. And now I have a nice smooth surface for the final coats. But before I put the final coat on, now that this piece of oak veneer plywood has been sealed on both sides, I'm going to stick it to the back of the mirror. Well, this is just a mirror adhesive that I got from my glass shop. Well, this is the first coat of finish, a satin polyurethane. And I'll do a coat, let it dry, a little light sanding, and a second coat as the final finish. Now the key to a nice urethane job is to stir, not shake the can of finish. And as you apply it, use long strokes. And don't go over it a whole bunch of times. Well, I think this medicine cabinet turned out pretty well. And I hope that with the help of this videotape and the measure drawing that you'll be able to build one too. Now here are some of the other new Yankee projects that you can build right in your own home workshop. Here's a workbench, a useful item in any shop. This is a drop leaf table, a classic addition to any home. Here is a blanket chest, a wonderful heirloom piece to build and have. The bedside table is Shaker-inspired and a popular piece. Take a look at the bathroom vanity. Its design draws on the dry sinks of the past. This handsome trestle table is patterned after one found on the island of Nantucket. The bookcase, a revival of an old beauty found at Sturbridge Village. The chest of drawers is a traditional piece based on a shaker design. Look at the candle stand with its beautifully turned center column and gently curving legs. Here is a hutch, an indispensable item in any kitchen or dining room. My writing desk is made of maple with a smooth writing surface and lots of useful storage compartments. The corner cupboard makes good use of those often unused areas in your home. Here's a medicine cabinet made from oak and featuring box joints. And there it is, the new Yankee collection.
Norm Abram is the author of the book, The New Yankee Workshop, which is available in bookstores and libraries nationwide.
Hi, I'm Norm Abram, and this is the new Yankee Workshop, where today I'll be building this very useful tool, a woodworker's bench. Not long ago, we took a visit to the Hancock Shaker Village, where we saw its ancestor. I'll show you that next.
The New Yankee Workshop features the craftsmanship of Norm Abram.
Well, it must have been quite a challenge to figure out behind which door was the right screw or nail that you needed. But not so over here, where all the planes were lined up. Beautiful wooden planes that the Shakers would buy at the local general store. And they always bought the latest tools and the best that money could buy. Now this plane right here puts a little quarter round on. So by making several passes on the edge of a piece of wood, we could end up with a nice bead like this. But the real joy is working on a nice bench. Now this one was probably built right here with oak, maple, and pine. An additional feature that was added was a vise to hold wood in place for edge joining. And here, a second pair of hands to hold up the wood so it wouldn't fall down, and it was adjustable. On such a bench, you could build beautiful pieces of furniture, like this tailor's counter. But let's face it, not everybody has room in their workshop, their home workshop, for a 3-foot by 12-foot workbench. But maybe I can incorporate some of the ideas I've seen here today into a bench that's affordable and will fit in your shop. Here in our workshop, the bench shows a lot of use, and for good reason. I use it every day for a variety of tasks. This one happens to be a West German import, built out of red beech, which is a real hard material, and it's going to take that abuse that I give it every day. Plus, it's a very stable material, and this top is going to stay nice and flat for many years to come. But the most important feature of any woodworker's bench is the ability to clamp down pieces of wood. This one uses metal dogs with springs so they can be held in all these different clamping slots, which gives me a variety of clamping positions. And on the other end, there's a vise with another dog, so that when I want to work on a piece of wood, I can set it in place, clamp it down, and I know that it's solidly held in place so that I can do routing, sanding, and I can even glue up some of the stock that I need for different projects. Another feature that I really like about this workbench is that it has a tool storage area, and it's recessed so that the tools stay out of the way, yet they're readily available for me to use. That's all the nice features about this workbench. The bad news is that in reality, this bench today retails for over $700. Now here's a version of the bench that I think the Shakers would accept, because it's made of readily available materials that are reasonable to buy. 2x4s, some plywood, oak along the edges, with hardboard on the top to take all the abuse the bench is going to get, and it incorporates the same features. Bench dogs, except this time made out of oak. And over on this end of the bench, a vise, an oak block for the other dog, and the only piece of hardware that I had to buy, this European bench screw, which was about $40. Also in the back of the bench, I've built in that recessed tool storage. So for about $120, we've got a bench that's going to last for generations. Now to get started on this, the first thing I want to do is make the legs. And I've dadoed out the material here, which will hold the bench frame. And then down at the bottom, there's another dado for this tool storage shelf. And I do those over here on my radial arm. I've set the radial arm up with a dado cutting blade. And this is two blades set at an angle, so you can see as it turns, they're close together and then they're spread apart. And that'll allow me to plow out about 3/4 of an inch of material at a time. Okay, now let's turn it over and dado out for the shelf. Okay, that's our 4 legs. And the next thing I want to do is make a couple of feet. This piece right here. That helps stabilize the bench. And I need to make a 1/2 inch deep dado so that my leg can fit into that like that. So back to the radial arm. Okay, that takes care of the 2 feet. But I want to knock off this sharp edge by chamfering it so I won't stub my toe as I walk around the bench. And I'll do that right here on the miter box, set at a 45-degree angle. But while I have the dado head set up in the radial arm, I want to make this end piece for my tool storage area. And I want to make a rabbet joint in that, which is like this, and that just gives me a real strong connection. Now with the hardboard removed, and now the plywood, I can give you a closer look at the anatomy of our workbench frame. And as you can see, it's just 2x4s, starting with this long one along the back here, which is just square cuts on each end, and then a dado right here in the part way over to accept this piece, which fits in like that, which has a dado here for the side of the vise, like this, and a dado right here for the bench dog assembly. And then there's one more piece down on this end, which is this piece, dadoed to accept the vise side and rabbeted for the back of the bench. All those pieces fit in together like that. And then on this end, another rabbeted piece for the back edge and a larger cut here for the bench dog assembly, which we have here. Now I've laid it out, and it also has to be dadoed. But before that, we do that, let's take a look at our original workbench over here. You can see when you pop up these bench dogs and put a square against them that they're set at an angle. And that's done deliberately because as you apply pressure in clamping a piece of wood in, these start to move to a vertical position. And if they were able to go beyond vertical, the work would just pop out. So we need that little extra angle on there. Now I'll do that over on the radial arm, which I've already changed the setup. And you can see I've swung it over to 4 degrees, and I've set the depth so I remove just a little more than 3/8 of an inch of material, and you can clearly see that these are all cut on an angle. Okay, that's one side of my bench assembly. Now to do the other side, I'm going to have to swing my radial arm 4 degrees on the other side of 0 to make these cuts. The next operation that I have to do is to put a groove in this 2x4, which is the back member of the bench. And it's grooved out so that we can put this plywood tool storage shelf into the groove. It's about 1/4 inch deep, and 3/4 of an inch wide, and I've set the radial arm up to do just that. Now notice down here underneath where the shelf is, it's been recessed into the 2x4s. So I need to cut a rabbet, and that is done so I don't see the edge grain of the plywood, and it also makes a much stronger shelf. And I've set up the radial arm to do that operation, and that's next. Now I'm ready for some assembly, and the first thing I'm going to do is put these two 2x4s together that hold the bench dog. So a little glue and some Phillips head screws, and that'll be all made. Now with a little glue and some screws, for which I've already pre-drilled and countersunk so that I won't split my pieces, I'm ready to continue assembling the top. And now for the legs. A little more of the same, some glue and some screws to hold them in place. But one additional step, before I drive all the screws in, I want to just check these legs, make sure they're nice and square, like that, with a big frame and square, and that'll do the job. Now I'm ready to put in the side supports for the tool shelf, a little bit of glue, and they get set in our dados, and they stick over about a ½ an inch beyond the leg and fasten with some more screws. Okay, and now for the end support for the shelf. Now the feet are installed just like the rest of the assembly with glue and screws, but note I'm putting these pads on. And what they do is they help to make up for any irregularities there might be in the floor. Okay, now here I have a piece of 3/4 inch plywood and a piece of 1/4 inch hardboard, which are for the top of the bench. And I need to cut a slot in both of those pieces for this bench dog assembly here. So I've laid it out 3/4 of an inch wide and about 3'6" long. And I'm going to take the piece of hardboard and screw it to the plywood so that I can cut through both materials at one time. Suppose there are many ways to cut this slot, but I like to use the table saw. And by using the fence as a guide and slowly plunging the piece over the blade, I can cut out my slot. Okay, now I'll just readjust my fence over another 3/4 of an inch and make the other cut. Oh, my electric jigsaw sure makes quick work of finishing up that slot. Now the top is fastened to the frame by using 1.5" screws, about 6 inches on center, all the way around the perimeter. Let's take another look at our completed bench. You'll notice that I've had to cut out part of the top for the vise mechanism. So I've gone over here and done the layout on the hardboard, and I'm going to use my circular saw to take out that material. Hopefully I've laid it out right so I won't cut out any of my 2x4 below or hit any of those screws. And now I'll just finish those cuts with my jigsaw. Well, finally, I'm ready to start in with the oak banding. And the end pieces of the table are just square cuts, and they fit in to rabbited front and back pieces like this. Now, I've laid out the rabbet for the front piece, and I'll cut that over here on the table saw using the dado head and the T-square. Now this back piece of oak, as well as the two end pieces, also need a dado to hold this piece of plywood at the bottom of the tool storage area, much like the one that was in the 2x4. And I'll do that over on the table saw. The last two dados that I made are on these pieces. This one, which fits on the inside of the vise area, and the dado is for this piece of oak, which acts as a runner for the vise block right here. You can see the runner in there. And I also needed a dado in the front piece for the other side of the runner. And you see that this block rides back and forth on those two pieces of oak. In fact, we're ready to start building that block. Now, the vise block is made from 2 pieces of 1.5 inch oak. And I need a square hole through there for the bench dogs. I've already cut one, but on this other half you can see the layout lines, again at 4 degrees, just like they were on the 2x4s earlier. Except this time I'm going to do it on the table saw with my dado head and the T-square. And I've put an extension on the T-square to make it safer to handle these small pieces of wood. Watch. Now the last groove that I have to make is in the side of each piece, and that'll provide a track for the runner to go in. A little bit of glue here, and then we'll be ready to screw it together. And boy, you know, on this oak, it's critical to cut pilot holes. It's such a hard wood. With the runner glued and screwed from the back side, I'm ready to set this piece in place and fasten it to the frame with some screws. Okay, with the runner installed in my front piece of band, I'm ready to set that in place. And I'm only going to temporarily fasten this particular piece because I'm going to have to take it out later to put the bench vise in. So a couple screws in each end. Now I can put the side pieces on. They just fit right in that rabbet. Okay, now this 2-inch band goes along the back of the top, and that just dresses it up where it goes into that tool storage shelf. Now I'm ready for the plywood shelf for that tool area, and that fits right into all those dados that I've made. Like that, and then the back piece of oak fits over the outside. And we'll screw that together at each of the corners. Now with my front piece removed, I'm ready to drill a hole through the 2x4 in oak for my bench screw. And I'll do that with an 1 3/8 bit, starting from this side and finishing it from the other side. The collar for the bench screw gets attached to the wooden block with some big screws. The collar fits over the end of the bench screw like this, and then the nut of the bench screw right here is fastened with 4 carriage bolts. Okay, that takes care of the carriage bolts. Now I can set this front piece back in place and fasten it down, and the end is in sight. Now the bench dogs from the European bench are made out of metal, and I can't really make those here in the shop, but I can sure make them out of wood. And what I've done is taken a piece of oak and cut it out to the approximate shape, and then installed an 1/8" piece of oak which acts like a spring to hold it in place. And the first thing I'm going to do is cut these pieces on the bandsaw. Well, now I'm ready to attach these little 1/8" pieces to act as springs. But first I'm going to have to drill a pilot hole for the screws, especially in this hard oak. Now just a couple small screws. Now those should work great. Well, let's try our bench dogs. One will go in the various slots along the table, depending on the size of the piece of wood that I'm going to be clamping in here. And let's put it here for now. And the other one will go in the vise, which is the movable part of the system. Now the tendency of these is that as a piece is clamped, this will push back. So to prevent that, I've cut some additional hardwood blocks at a 4-degree angle, and I'm going to put a little bit of glue on the bottom and put it behind the bench dog, making sure that it's tight up against it, and I'll fasten it in place with a couple screws, and I'll put one behind each location all the way down the line. Next thing I have to do is make a handle for this bench screw. And to do that, I'm going to use some 1-inch dowel stock with these knobs on each end. In fact, these are just knobs I bought at the woodworking store, and a piece of 3/8" dowel to connect the knob to the 1-inch stock. The first thing I'm going to do is drill the 3/8 holes in each end of the 1-inch stock. With one knob set in place, I'll slide it through the bench screw, put a little more glue on the little 3/8 dowel, slip the other knob over the end, and there we have our bench handle. Oh, now here's something I almost forgot to do. Where the bench dogs go into the sliding block, I need to recess them out so that this will go all the way down. Otherwise, whenever I want to have the bench as a perfectly flat surface, they're going to be in the way. So I'll do that by using a brad point bit and a chisel to remove the rest of the material. That's going to work fine. Now, any of these sharp edges along the top of the workbench, I think I'll ease those using a chamfering bit mounted in my router. Well, with the final screw in place to hold the bottom shelf in, this bench is ready to go to work. Boy, that works pretty good. You know, a woodworker's bench is an essential part of my workshop. And I hope that with the help of this video and the measure drawing that you'll be able to build one for yourself. Now here's some more information on other new Yankee projects that you can build right in your own home workshop. Here's a workbench, a useful item in any shop. This is a drop leaf table, a classic addition to any home. Here is a blanket chest, a wonderful heirloom piece to build and have. The bedside table is Shaker-inspired and a popular piece. Take a look at the bathroom vanity. Its design draws on the dry sinks of the past. This handsome trestle table is patterned after one found on the island of Nantucket. The bookcase, a revival of an old beauty found at Sturbridge Village. The chest of drawers is a traditional piece based on a Shaker design. Look at the candle stand with its beautifully turned center column and gently curving legs. Here is a hutch, an indispensable item in any kitchen or dining room. My writing desk is made of maple, with a smooth writing surface and lots of useful storage compartments. The corner cupboard makes good use of those often unused areas in your home. Here's a medicine cabinet made from oak and featuring box joints. And there it is, the new Yankee collection.
Norm Abram is the author of the book, The New Yankee Workshop, which is available in bookstores and libraries nationwide.
Hi, I'm Norm Abram, and welcome to the new Yankee Workshop, where today's project is an often seen and popular piece of furniture, the drop leaf table. And it's not that difficult to build, as I'll be showing you coming up next, right here on the new Yankee Workshop.
The New Yankee Workshop features the craftsmanship of Norm Abram.
Well, here's our interpretation of that old favorite, the drop leaf table. Now this one is made from ash, the thing baseball bats are made from. It's a nice hardwood and very durable. Now if you look at it, it has some turned legs and a little device here that holds the leaves upright when it's being used. And this little drop leaf detail right here, which aligns the tops when they're up. Now this one has been built like they've been building them for 200 years, with the possibility of one exception. This one is made from glued up stock rather than single boards. Most of the pieces that we looked at had a severe cupping problem. In other words, the boards were curled. And that's because of uneven moisture absorption. They might have had a finish on the top, but none on the bottom. And the top might have received direct sunlight, but none underneath. So one of the ways to help minimize that cupping is to do the glue up. Now when I do it, I like to pay attention to one very important thing, the growth rings. You alternate them. So this board, they're down. And this board, they're up. And that should help relieve some of those problems. Now the other thing I pay attention to is the grain pattern. I want the board to look like one single piece. So I try to match it up so that it all blends together. Now before I can glue the pieces up, I have to make sure the joint looks good. And on this one you can see there's a little bit of space right here. So I'm going to plane it down on my joiner, which is just a tool with a heavy cast bed, about 3 feet long. And in it there's a wheel that rotates at a relatively high speed with 3 cutters. Now these cutters happen to be solid carbide, and I like those because they last a long time. Now before I run the board through, I want to take a look at the grain. And you can see here the grain is running down in this direction. And the rotation of the blade is always clockwise. And if I run it through this way, it's going to chip out at these points. So I want to turn it around, making sure that the grain runs in this direction, and I'll get a perfectly smooth cut. Now I'm ready for some glue up. I just set the boards on my pipe clamps, and I want to put a nice even coat of yellow glue right on the edge of the board, and this applicator does a great job at spreading it out. And now I just put enough pressure to bring the 2 boards together and just squeeze out a little bit of that glue. The parts of this table that seem a little formidable are these legs. I did need a lathe to do the turning, and I had to find some stock big enough to give me a 2-inch finished dimension up here at the top. Now, I've milled the square stock and cut the pieces a little bit long. I'll do the final trimming after I do the turning. And the first thing I did was remove some material off the corners down in the area where the turning takes place. And that's going to save me a lot of time on the lathe. Now over here at the bandsaw, I've tilted the table to 45 degrees. And since I don't want to run the piece all the way through, I've put a little pencil mark back here as a guide for a stopping point. Okay. Now I'll just clamp it in my bench and use a back saw to cut off the little scraps. Well, over here I have a lathe set up to make copies. And it works much like a key making machine at your local hardware store. I have a tool here which has a cutter mounted down below, which actually removes the material. And up here, I have a little follower, which will follow a template. Now, I've made a template out of some 1/4-inch masonite and mounted it in the machine so that it's perfectly aligned with my stock. And just by carefully following the profile, I'll get an exact match every time. Okay, now that I'm within about 1/16 of an inch of my pattern, I'm going to speed up the lathe a little bit and make the final cuts. Now, by increasing the speed of the lathe a little bit more and using a variety of different grits of sandpaper, I'll smooth it all out. Well, I'm not quite finished with my leg yet. I have to cut a mortise because each rail fits into that leg, and later I'll peg it with some dowel stock. But first, to make the mortise, over on the drill press where I've set it up with a mortising attachment. And all this really is a square chisel into which a drill bit slides through. And as you press down, a hole gets drilled first, and then the chisel squares it off. And all the excess material will come up through this slot. Now, I've also set the depth of the drill press so that I end up with about a 3/4 inch deep mortise. So by making several plunges into the leg, I'll end up with a perfect mortise. Now, the rails have tenons which fit into those mortises I've just made in the legs. And I'll make the tenons over on the table saw. And the first cut that I want to make is this shoulder cut right here. So I've set the blade to the right depth and added this block that's clamped to the fence. And the reason that's there is because whenever you use a T-square in combination with a rip fence, you tend to sometimes get some kickback from the boards. So this block gives me a gauge to align the piece with the blade, yet before I hit the blade, I end up with some clear space in here so I won't get that twisting or kickback. For the next operation, I've raised the blade, and what I want to do is make this shoulder cut right here. So without changing anything else, I'll make the first pass through and then nibble away the rest of the material. Finally, the cheek cut, which is right along this line here. Now, back at our prototype base for the table, the side stile and this swing arm are cut out of the same piece, and they're mitered at the ends here to act as a self-stop. The first thing I want to do is drill a hole for this screw right here. Now, to make this cut right along the bottom of that support piece, I got a couple tricks for you. First of all, I don't want to use my standard saw blade because it has too wide of a kerf. It's going to remove too much material. So I found a blade that's a lot thinner, and it's still carbide tipped, and in fact this blade comes out of my circular saw. Now, what I want to do is slide my piece in underneath this feather board, and what this does is it holds the piece down and it keeps it from kicking back. And I'm going to raise the blade up slowly through the wood, and then I can push it through to my final mark. Shut the saw down, lower the blade, and take the piece out. But before I do it, I'm going to put my tools aside and plug the saw back in. Now I'll bring the piece over to my bench and clamp it in the vise. And I'm going to make this final cut. To do that, I'm going to use a back saw. And this is just the right saw for this job because it has real fine teeth. And it has a nice rigid blade, which allows me to make real straight cuts. Now, the idea of this swing arm is that it pivots on this screw and not get hung up. And I have a couple little tricks for that. The first thing is that I have to enlarge this pilot hole I drilled earlier so the screw will just sit in there freely. And to do that, I'm just going to use a larger bit in the drill. Okay, with that done, I'm going to turn it over and put a little countersink so that the head of the screw will be flush or slightly recessed. Now, if you set the piece in place, you notice that if it's pushed way down, it's not flush right here. It's a little bit too low. And it's hitting on the bottom, which means it'll constantly rub, and we see a lot of old tables that fail because of that. Now I'm going to slide it up, and I found that a little thin washer and one that's just a bit thicker is just the right amount to make it flush again. So all we have to do is stand it up, set our washers in place, get the swing arm in there, and we'll just drive a screw through there. Before I do any assembly of the base, I want to sand all the rails with my palm sander, which has some 120 grit sandpaper in it. Now I'm just spreading a little yellow carpenter's glue evenly on that tenon with a little brush. Now I just slip it into the mortise. And I'll drive these home. Put a clamp on it. Now this joint is secured not only with glue, but with some little dowel pins. And I've marked out the location where I have to drill the holes. And I'll use a brad point bit, a 1/4 inch brad point bit. Put some glue on the dowel and drive it into the hole. And that joint is never going to move. Now for the end rails, a little bit of glue and an assemble, clamp, and dowel. Okay, one more thing. I want to add these little corner blocks. I'll put a little glue on them first. And what they'll do is strengthen the base and give me something that I can fasten the top down with. Well, let's start making our top. Now, the glue is set up and is thoroughly dried, and I can unclamp it now. Well, you know, having these pipe clamps is great. They're not very expensive, especially if you know a friendly plumber to get the pipe. And I have a lot of them around the shop because you always have something glued up. Okay, now I'm going to take this piece and clamp it down in the bench. These bench dogs are the perfect thing to hold boards in place so they won't slip around when you're trying to work on them. And the first thing that I want to do is scrape off any of the excess glue that's squeezed out between the boards. And to do that, I'm just going to use a paint scraper, and I'll do that on both sides. Well, with that excess glue scraped off, now I'm ready to do a little sanding. And the first step is to use a belt sander. And that's really just to even up any irregularities in the surface of the top. Now, I've outfitted my belt sander with a piece of 100 grit aluminum oxide paper. And you want to be a little bit careful when you do belt sanding. You don't want to let the sander sit in one place, or else it'll dig a real deep hole in there. It's not like a little palm sander. And what I like to do is just keep it moving parallel with the grain, just taking off a little bit at a time. Well, with the leaves and the top all sanded, now I'm ready to rip them for width, square them up, and cut them to length. But before I do anything to the leaves, I'm going to run one edge through the joiner to make sure that it's perfectly straight and smooth. Okay, now I've set my saw up to rip them. I've moved the rip fence into the right position. And I'm going to put that edge that I just jointed against the rip fence and cut the other side. Okay, the next thing I want to do is square up my top and cut it to length. And to do that, I use the table saw, and the first intention usually is just to grab the T-square. But that doesn't work very well because the board is long and it's heavy, and it's real hard to hold it steady as you go through the saw. It tends to want to rock like this. So we've put together a little tool here at the shop, and it's called a panel cutter. And really all it is a enlarged T-square. This one is just a piece of plywood with a strip screwed on the front edge of it. And underneath is a piece of hardwood which fits in the same groove as the T-square. So now I have something that I can hold my pieces steady on. So first I'll just square up one edge. Okay, with the blade stopped, I can turn the board end for end, measure it for the correct length. Well, the next thing to do is to make this drop leaf detail. Now, the top over here has a convex shape to its edge, and the leaf has a concave shape. And it's nice because it not only looks decorative, but it really serves a purpose. Let me show you. As you put the leaf up, they lap over one another, so you get support along the entire length of the table, and there's no sagging here. And I made up a little demonstration to further show that. If you just took two pieces of wood and hinged them together with just butt joints here, when the leaf was up, you could get some sagging in the middle here, and the surfaces would be uneven. Now, it looks like a difficult thing to do, but it's really not that hard. You could use a shaper, which is just a big stationary router, and you can buy male and female cutters to make the drop leaf. However, I'm going to use a router, and you can do the job just as well. I start out with a 3/8 inch round over bit, and that's to do the edge on the main top. And the matching bit for the leaf is this 3/8 inch cove bit. Now, I've mounted this bit in my router, and this one happens to be a D-handle router. The early routers had just two handles. This one, with its own D-handle, allows you to better control, and the trigger is right within reach, so you don't have to go over and flip a switch all the time. Now, one more thing on procedure with routers. Because all routers are made with motors that turn clockwise, as you stand in front of your work, you always move left to right. That way the cutter and the motor are working at their best efficiency. Okay, now I'll just turn it around and do the other edge. Okay, now I'm ready to start milling this concave detail in the leaves. So I've set my router up with the 3/8 inch cove bit, but because it doesn't have a pilot bearing, I've attached a fence to the router, and this sits up against my workpiece. Now I'm going to make this cut in a couple passes because I don't want to strain the router motor, and I want to minimize any chipping that might happen. Okay, now I'm going to readjust the base of my router so that I get a little more depth out of that cut. And I'm going to run it through my sample before I make any commitment to the finished leaves. Now I'll take my sample and bring it over to my finished top and check the fit. Now see, it's a little bit too high right here, so I'm going to have to make a couple more adjustments to the router, try it on my sample, and then I'll do the real leaves. Ah, that's perfect. You know, it's well worth the time to make these sample pieces because you certainly don't want to mess up on a piece you've already spent so much time on. Well, now I'm ready to mount some hardware on my drop leaf assembly. I've taken the top and set it in the vise with the bottom side facing up. And I don't use just an ordinary butt hinge for the drop leaf. I use a hinge specifically manufactured for drop leaf tables. This is an 1¼ inch hinge. It's just ordinary steel, but note that one leaf is a little bit longer than the other. We're not going to see it because it's on the bottom side of the table, but it needs to be mounted about 1/4 inch from the edge of the table will be our center pin. The short leg of the hinge sits on the main top, the long edge on the leaf. Now to make it sit flush, I'm going to have to cut a little recess to set that pin in. And to do that, I'm going to use my router, and I've installed a 1/4 inch round nose bit. And I've made a sample pass in a scrap of wood here to test to see if it fits okay. And that's good. So now I'm ready to plow out all those recesses. Now, the manufacturer has given us another clue as to which way these hinges should go. The side that faces up has a little countersink so the screw head will sit flush. Now I'm ready to attach the leaves, but I want to give myself a little space in here, so I'm just going to take some old pieces of sandpaper, and that'll prevent any rubbing along that drop leaf detail. Now the hinges can be swung down, and I'll drill some pilot holes to fasten the leaves to the top. Okay, now I'm going to ease these sharp corners with my belt sander. Okay, the last milling operation is to round over these edges on all 4 sides. And to do that, I'm going to use my 1/4 inch rounding over bit. Now remember, left to right. Well, this ash takes stain beautifully. And I apply it with the brush first, and after it sets for a couple minutes, I just take a rag and sort of even up the color. And after the stain dries, I'll put 2 coats of a hard urethane finish on it, and then it'll be good for many years. The only difficulty in getting a good finish with polyurethane is keeping the dust off of it until it dries. Well, here it is, a classic drop leaf table. I hope that with this videotape and the measured drawing, you'll build one of these for your own home.
Norm Abram is the author of the book, The New Yankee Workshop, which is available in bookstores and libraries nationwide.
Hi, I'm Norm Abram. Welcome to the New Yankee Workshop, where today's project is this blanket chest, inspired by a couple of old chests that I found on the island of Nantucket. Mine is built from pine, and the bottom is lined with aromatic cedar. And it's not that difficult to build, as I'll show you next in the New Yankee Workshop.
The new Yankee Workshop features the craftsmanship of Norm Abram.
Welcome to Nantucket, a beautiful island about 30 miles out to sea off the coast of Massachusetts. And today I'm here to show you one of my favorite houses, this one right here. They say it was built in 1790 in downtown Nantucket, which is about 2 miles in that direction. And then in 1846, they moved it to this location by bringing it over the ice of the frozen harbor. It's one of those houses that's filled with antiques, much like the ones that I'm trying to build at the new Yankee Workshop. There's a few pieces I want to show you inside. Come on. One thing this house has no shortage of is chests. Here's a nice one right here. Wide pine boards and beautifully dovetailed down along the corner, all hand done. And over here is even a better one. Talk about craftsmanship. Very fine dovetailing. Beautifully done. This one's a little bigger. Has a storage area in the top for blankets. And down here, a couple drawers for additional storage. Oh, and look over here in this bedroom. This is a real antique. It even has the rope handles on it to carry it around. More wide pine boards and some old hand-wrought hinges. You know, this is a perfect place for the blanket chest at the foot of a bed where you can store those winter blankets. And it's also a great place to sit down and put your shoes on. I think a blanket chest is something that I should add to the collection back at the shop. I think I'll take some measurements on these. Okay, well, to build our blanket chest today, I only need a few special materials. One of them is this hinge, which I picked up at the local hardware store. It's a piano hinge, 3 feet long, brass plated. Then the next thing that I need is some cedar, aromatic cedar. And I got this down at the lumberyard. Smells great. And they claim it'll keep the insects and bugs from eating all the clothes and blankets we're going to put in this chest. And then, of course, the more basic material is this 1x12 pine. I like to use the 12-inch width because it gives me the least amount of waste and the most flexibility to cut my pieces. Now, the first thing I'm going to do is cut the rough lengths. And I have a list of all the pieces that I need. And I'll cut each piece 1 or 2 inches longer than what I really need. The reason for that is I don't want to commit to final length now. I want to have some extra wood to square them up a little bit later on. So the first piece I'm going to cut is for our legs, and they should be about 22 inches long. For this ripping part of the operation, I like to use my table saw. And more importantly, I make sure that I have a very sharp, fine-tooth carbide tip blade so that I end up with the smoothest possible cuts that I can get. Now, with all my pieces of stock ripped to the correct width, I'm now ready to go to squaring up and cutting to the exact length. And to do that, I'm going to use this power miter box. And this one has a little added feature, which are these extensions running on each side. Now, the one here on the left side also has a fancy tape rule built into it. And it has this adjustable stop. And I know that when I set my cross here, in this case I want to set it at 21¼ inches, I know that that's the precise distance between this stop and the side of the blade. So now I'm ready to cut my pieces. Now, I don't want to just put it in there and cut it. First thing I want to do is square it because I'm not sure whether this edge is perfectly square. So I'll just take off a little bit. And I slide it down against my stop and make the cut. Now I know that whether I cut 100, 200, or 500 pieces, that they're all going to come out exactly the same. Okay, that takes care of all the pieces that I have to cut to exact length. These are the corner stiles, the long rails, the short rails, and the cleats to support the bottom. Now I'm ready to glue up the top. Now notice for my top, I'm using 4 boards rather than 1 or 2 wide ones. And I do that so that I have more stability and a much stronger top. And when I do the glue up, I pay attention to the growth rings. Here, they're curving up. Here, they're down. Here, they're up. And here, they're down. And that will add to more stability and make the top less likely to warp. Also notice that very little glue has been squeezed out. Clamp with just enough pressure to hold the boards together. Believe me, I've learned the hard way. If you put too much pressure, it might fall apart. So now I think we'll set this aside, and then we're ready for some grooving and mortising. Okay, now there's the groove, and our 2 corner stiles, which in fact make the legs for the blanket chest, fit together like this. Now the groove is just cut with a router, mounted underneath a router table, and a nice long fence with a 3/8" grooving bit. Now to cut the tongue, which is in the other piece, which will actually join the corner together, I'm going to use the table saw. And I've set the blade so that I end up with a 3/8" tongue, and it's set at about 3/16" depth. Now to set up for the rest of the removal of material for the tongue, I'm going to use the grooved piece as a guide, and I want the edge of the blade to line up with the edge of my groove. Now for the depth, I want to raise the blade up so that it's about 3/8 inch high. That fits pretty good. Now let's set the legs up as they will be when the chest is all put together. Okay. Now with all my legs set up in the position that they're going to be when the cabinet is built, I can see that the front pieces are the full width legs and the side pieces will have the joints in it. Generally you want to have the full pieces towards the front. Now this mortise that I just cut is the one that will be used to connect the rails together. And with all the legs in the right position, you want to label the top of each piece for that mortise, because there is a front and a back, there is a top and a bottom, and you don't want to end up cutting a mortise down on the bottom of the leg. Now for that mortise, I just used the 3/8" bit as we had in the grooving operation, except that I've added this stop, which will give me a 3.5" mortise. Okay, now I'm ready to do the other 3 legs. Okay, now the mortise I've just cut down here is used to connect the bottom rails together. And to cut that, I use the same router setup with a stop block in a new position and a reference line to plunge down into the router bit. Let me show you. Okay, so I end up with a 3" mortise that's 4 inches up from the bottom of the leg. Now I'm ready to do the other 3 legs. Now to join my rails to my legs, I need to make tenons in all the rails. And to do that, the first thing I do is clamp a block of wood to my rip fence. And that'll act as a gauge for the shoulder cut, which is the one that runs right along here. It also allows me to use my T-square in combination with the rip fence and not get any binding or kickback. So now the thing that I have to do is run all my rails through both ends. Okay, now the next thing I have to do is make my shoulder cuts on the edges. And I'll do that to both the top edge and the bottom edge of all the bottom rails, but just the bottom edge of the top rails. Now, the next thing that I want to do is remove the rest of this material. And for that, I don't need this guide anymore, and I don't need my T-square. What I'll do is take one of our legs and, using the mortise groove that you can see, line up my blade for removing the rest of that material, right about there. And for the depth, I'll just use this sample tenon and lower it down, and in fact, it's about 3/8 of an inch high. And now we'll just run all the pieces through. Now I've removed my regular table saw blade and installed this adjustable dado head. And I've set it up so that it'll remove about 1/4 of an inch in width. And it's also set up to be right in the center of a piece of 3/4 inch stock. The cut will be 3/8 of an inch deep, and I need to make that cut on every one of these rails so that later it'll accept my panels. Okay, now the next thing that I have to do is take our legs and run a groove between the two mortises so that it'll accept our panels. But I don't want to run beyond this bottom mortise, so I've installed a piece of tape here which will tell me where to stop so that won't happen. Now, there's one more thing I want to do before I take the dado head off. But first, I'm going to take a piece of tape and put it right on the table here. And what that'll indicate is a point that's about 1/4 of an inch back from where the blade starts cutting. And I'm going to take these two pieces here and run a groove all the way up, stopping about 1/4 of an inch from the edge. And that'll be our pieces for our top. Okay, the next thing I want to do to these leg parts is cut this arc in the bottom of each piece, one on the front and one on the side. And I'll use this piece as a pattern to do my layout, and I think I'll cut them over on the bandsaw. Well, I suppose I could have cut these with my saber saw, and I could have cut them one at a time, but I like to put them in pairs because it just makes the operation go faster. Now you begin to see what the front and sides of our blanket chest are going to look like. Now this happens to be a front, and there's one more piece I have to make, and it's this center stile. I have to put a tongue in each end so that it'll fit in this groove that we've made for the panels. And I'll do that over here on the table saw. Okay, now with my center stile in place, I'm ready to start working on my panels. And I'm going to build those out of solid 3/4 inch stock. But I want to make the panels 3/16 of an inch bigger than this opening on all 4 sides. And to cut them, I'll just use my stationary saw. Okay, that takes care of the ripping and cross-cutting of our panels. Now I want to put a rabbet in them. So I have to readjust my fence so that I'm over 1/4 inch to the outside of the blade. And I want to reset the height to about 1/2 inch. And I don't need my T-square anymore. And I'll run the panels through on the flat. Okay, to remove the rest of this material right here, I'm going to reset the fence. And now I want to have 1/4 inch, about 1/4 inch or a little less between the blade and the fence. And I want to lower it so that it's about 1/4 inch above the table. Lower the blade so it's 1/4 inch above the table. With all my rabbeting done, you can see that when it's assembled, I'm going to end up with a nice recessed panel here. But on the inside, because I'm using full thickness stock for strength, I'm going to have this sharp edge, and I want to knock that corner off on the table saw. This is going together quite well. Everything's fitting fine. And you know, when we glue this up, we just put glue on these stiles and rails on the tenons. We don't want to get glue on the panels. We don't want to put glue in the grooves for the panels, because if we did that, the expansion and contraction of the panel might cause it to split. So that just kind of floats in the frame itself. So a good liberal coat of glue here, and then we just put it together and clamp it. Just enough pressure so the glue starts to squeeze out. Okay, you notice that I've done an additional thing to the back here, and this is really optional. I took this rear stile, the top stile, and I ripped it on the table saw so that it reduced the width here by about 1/8 inch. And that gives me a little recess for this piano hinge to sit in, and that'll allow the top to close nice and flat. Well, with all this gluing done, I guess we're ready to start continuing some work on our top. At this point, I've calculated that my top should be cut to 39 3/4 inches. Now, this panel cutter that I use to square up the top is a real handy device. It's just a big T-square, piece of plywood with a stop on the front of it. And underneath we have a spline that just runs in the standard groove of the saw. Now, with the cross-cutting and squaring done, I'm ready to rip, and I've already set my fence at 19 inches. Now, in order to put this breadboard on the edge of our top, I need to make a tongue for this groove. And to do that, I'm just using my handheld router with a rabbeting bit. And this little ball bearing here rides on the wood so that just the right amount of material is taken out. Watch. Okay, here's a little detail you remember. We want to cut off a little bit of this tongue. And the reason for that is because when we made the breadboard edge, we stopped a little bit short, so the tongue won't show through the end. And now it'll just fit on like this. Now we're ready to glue it up. Again, all you need is just a little pressure with these clamps, just to hold everything together while the glue sets up. I'm going to put this on the side, and I think it's time we get back to the side pieces, and they can be unclamped. And this is the time, and actually there's no better time than now to sand the inside of our blanket chest. And to do that, I'm just going to use my standard palm sander, and that'll remove any of the marks and even up all the joinery so that it'll be perfect. Now this little cleat that I'm installing at the lower edge of the inside panel will support the bottom of our blanket chest. Well, a little more glue and some clamps. And as you can see, this chest is really starting to come together. It's not a bad idea to check it for square at this point. And if the two diagonal measurements are exactly the same as they are in this one, it's perfectly square. Okay, a little bit of glue on our cleats, piece of 1/2-inch plywood, nice cut nice and square for the bottom, 1/2-inch plywood. We'll fasten it down with a few screws, and then we'll line it with some cedar. I'm using my miter box to cut all my pieces of cedar. And you notice the manufacturer has grooved and tongued all 4 edges of this material. So it's real easy to install. And really you only have to cut 1 piece in each row of cedar we're going to put here in the bottom of the chest. Now to hold it in place, I'm just using a construction or panel adhesive. And I'll run a bead along the edge. And then some shorter beads out. And just simply set our cedar right into it. All right, that takes care of the bottom. Now I guess we're ready to finish the top. Well, that's not too bad. It's nice and solid. Got some good weight to it. And this piano hinge works very nicely. And I can smell that cedar from way up here. Now all I got to do is figure out how I want to finish it. So first, a coat of sanding sealer on the entire chest, inside and out, except for the aromatic cedar, because I don't want to seal out that great fragrance. Okay, with that sanding sealer dried and lightly sanded, I have the perfect base to start my finishes. The sanding sealer sort of fills any voids or imperfections in the wood, and when it's sanded, I have a nice smooth surface for that first coat of finish. And in this case, it's going to be a satin polyurethane. And now for the second and final coat of polyurethane. And this will give me a nice, durable finish. And you know, the thing that's really nice about it is that unlike the old varnishes, the urethanes don't yellow. So I'm going to be able to appreciate the natural beauty of this pine for many years. Well, I have a feeling that this chest will be treasured for many generations to come. And I hope that with the help of this videotape and the measured drawing that you'll be able to build one just like it. Now here are some of the other new Yankee projects that you can build right in your own home workshop. Here's a workbench, a useful item in any shop. This is a drop leaf table, a classic addition to any home. Here is a blanket chest, a wonderful heirloom piece to build and have. The bedside table is Shaker inspired and a popular piece. Take a look at the bathroom vanity. Its design draws on the dry sinks of the past. This handsome trestle table is patterned after one found on the island of Nantucket. The bookcase, a revival of an old beauty found at Sturbridge Village. The chest of drawers is a traditional piece based on a Shaker design. Look at the candle stand with its beautifully turned center column and gently curving legs. Here is a hutch, an indispensable item in any kitchen or dining room. My writing desk is made of maple with a smooth writing surface and lots of useful storage compartments. The corner cupboard makes good use of those often unused areas in your home. Here's a medicine cabinet made from oak and featuring box joints. And there it is, the new Yankee collection.
Norm Abram is the author of the book, The New Yankee Workshop, which is available in bookstores and libraries nationwide.
Hi, I'm Norm Abram, and welcome to the new Yankee Workshop, where today's project is this bedside table, inspired by a similar table we found at the Hancock Shaker Village, with its graceful tapered legs. It's not that difficult to build. Coming up next on the new Yankee Workshop.
The New Yankee Workshop features the craftsmanship of Norm Abram.
If you were a deacon living in this Shaker community 150 years ago, you would be charged with a lot of responsibility. So you might leave yourself some notes on a chalkboard such as this. For instance, today, you need to organize a crew to fix the fences in the north orchard. And also you must move the Holsteins from second family to church lot. Then too, what has happened to the missing keys you've been entrusted with? Well, it's beginning to look like you're going to have to spend some time taking care of business, maybe at a table like this. And look at this one. It even has some ink stains on it, maybe put there 75 years ago. But it's a beautiful piece. This top made from one single pine board. And down here, a little storage drawer with dovetail joinery. And the thing that really gives this piece lightness and elegance, the tapered leg. A piece like this might go anywhere in today's modern home, but if I had one, I think I'd use it as a bedside table. From a woodworker's point of view, the only unusual thing about this bedside table is the tapered leg. It's straight on the outside, and it's tapered on the inside. That looks difficult to make, but it's really not that bad. I'll show you a little bit later. First thing I want to do, though, is start making some material, putting some material together for this top. And this morning I glued up some boards that are over here, and they're set in some pipe clamps. You know, today it's almost impossible to find a board that's 16.5 inches wide. And even if you could, later on you might have trouble with warping and twisting. So the best thing to do is to glue several boards together. In this case, 3 individual boards. The thing you want to do is pay attention to the growth rings. The growth rings are these lines which curve, and that shows you that the bark of the tree was out here on this board. On this one on the other side and on this one over here. So by alternating the growth rings, you end up with a stronger and a more stable top. Another thing I did was glue up some stock for my legs. And what I have to end up with is an 1.5 inch square piece of stock. Another type of material that's not that easy to find. So I've glued 2 boards together. And I've got 4 blanks over here that I'm ready to start milling. And I made the blanks a little bit wider than what I really need, because it's almost impossible to glue up stock and keep it perfectly even. So I'm going to start squaring it up by running one side through the saw. Now with one side milled, I'll readjust my fence to just a little bit over 1.5 inches. And then using the already milled side against my rip fence, I'll square up the other edge. Now I'm going to square up one end of these leg blanks. Now I can cut them to length, and I'm going to use this stop on my real fancy miter box extension. I want 26 inches. Not totally essential to have this, but boy, it sure speeds things up here at the shop. Let's take another look at our table again, and I'll give you the recipe for making the tapered legs. But take a look at the table. Doesn't it appear to you that the legs are further apart at the bottom than they are at the top? They're not. It's exactly the same distance to the outside. The designers of this table, the Shakers, did that deliberately. It's an illusion. It makes the piece lighter by tapering the legs. I think they were very effective in achieving what they wanted. But when I make these tapers, I don't want them to start up at the top. I want them to start below these rails so that I can fit these in squarely. So I'll taper this side of the leg and also this side of the leg. So all 4 legs have to be tapered on the inside. Now, I'll do that over here on my table saw with a tapering jig. Now you can buy these, but I made this one. It has a hinge that's attached to 2 pieces of oak. And then over here there's an adjustment feature, and by changing that I can get an infinite number of different wedges. So I've set it up for our legs, and you'll see that when you put a piece of wood in it and put the jig against the rip fence, as you push it through, you'll remove more and more material, and we'll get the taper that we want. Now I'll do all 4 legs. The next thing I want to do to the legs is mortise them. And by that I mean put a groove in each leg into which our side rails will fit like this. This is called a mortise and tenon joint. It gives me a lot of glue surface area right here, and it's the perfect choice for an application like this. Now I'll make all the mortises over here on this table with a router mounted underneath it. And I've installed a 1/2 inch grooving bit. And notice I've also taken the time to put down some masking tape which shows me the cutting edges where they begin and end on the bit. Now the thing you want to do is take the time to do the layout of these legs. Put an X where each mortise is going to be. That's very important. You want to keep it closest to the straight side of the leg, and you want to hold it back just a bit so that as you put the side rails in, you'll end up with about 1/8 inch reveal. And you also want it to be on the tapered side of the leg. Now also, I've added a couple other marks right here, these beginning and ending points. And because I just can't push each piece through to make the mortise, I need those marks to show me where to drop my piece down over the bit, push it through, and remove it. Take a look. Now here on the front side of the table, which is the drawer side, things are a little bit different. I have two rails, one here and one here. So the mortising is going to have to be done a little bit differently. I'm going to need two. One right here, which will be for the bottom rail, and one up here, which will be for the top rail. Now, once again, pay attention to that layout. You see I've put the witness marks where the cuts have to be, and on the other side I've put my guidelines, which I'll use over at the router table. Let's try one. Now we're going to start making the rails, these pieces right here. You have to remember that there's a tenon on each end of the rails, so I want to add an inch to the overall dimension between the legs. So that means I need two pieces, 10 1/4, and two pieces, 14 1/2, and I'll cut them right here on the miter saw. Okay, now we can start making those tenons over here, and the first cut is a shoulder cut. Make this shoulder cut on both sides and both ends of all four pieces. So I've set the blade to the right height and distance, and notice I've clamped on a gauge block because I'm using my T-square in combination with the rip fence, and that prevents any kickback or bind up. Now I'll raise the blade up so that it's 3/4 of an inch above the table saw surface so that I can make these shoulder cuts that are at the top and bottom and on each end of the back and side pieces. Okay, the next cut to make is the cheek cut to remove the rest of this material. And I've tried a little sample piece here because I want to make sure that that fit is just right. And that's nice, just snug. Well, that does it for the tenoning. Now, if you remember, one piece I didn't make this shoulder cut right here. I'm going to use this piece to rip two 1 1/4 inch rails for the front of the table. Well, now's the time to sand off any of those witness marks and guidelines that I've put on the legs. And one more thing, because the mortises have rounded ends here, I want to just take a sharp utility knife and knock off those square corners on the tenons. Okay, let's see how that fits. That's good. Now a good quality yellow carpenter's glue applied to each joint, and then make sure it's spread out with a little brush here. And then we'll put each corner together one at a time, wiping off any excess that might squeeze out or get on the pieces with a damp sponge. And we can put the whole thing together. All right, these clamps will hold it in place until the glue sets up. Now let's turn our attention back to the top. The glue is set up and dried, so I can unclamp it. And the first thing that I'm going to do is scrape off the glue. And to do that, I'm just going to use an ordinary paint scraper. And I let the glue set up like this so that there's just beads to remove instead of letting the glue get spread out and work its way into the wood. This is a much better way to do it. Okay, let's take a look at our completed table again. You notice that the three boards have been edged with these two pieces of wood on each side, and that's called a breadboard design. This is what the old breadboards look like, and what they were used for, I suppose, is to roll out dough. And when they did that, they would become subject to a certain amount of moisture, and these bands would help to stabilize the top. I think it's a great design for our table, and to get started making it, the first thing I'm going to do is rip the table top down to 16 inches. Next thing I want to do is square up my top. And I suppose I could use my T-square, which usually goes in like this, and it works pretty well. But with a wide board, I end up starting with the square way off the edge of the table, and it's not very steady. So I'm going to use something else, something called a panel cutter. This is a homemade one. It's just a piece of plywood with a cleat screwed on it. And on the bottom, there's a piece of hardwood which rides in the same groove as the little T-square does. In fact, this is just a big square. And now I'll just square up one edge of my top. And I want to cut it to 16 7/8 inches. Now, in order to attach the breadboard edge, I need to make a tongue on the top, and then our edge will slip onto that. And I've set up the saw 3/4 of an inch away from the fence and about 1/4 of an inch deep. In order to remove the rest of the material to make the tongue, I have to make a couple adjustments. I'm going to raise the blade, and using the previous cut as a guide so that it's just even with that cut, like that. And then I do have to readjust the fence so that it's at 1/2 inch between the fence and the blade. And now I'm ready to complete the tongue. You notice that I've removed a little bit of the tongue on each corner. And that's so that when the breadboard edge is attached, I won't see that sticking through. And when I make the edge, there's some wood remaining. To make this groove, I use the router table. Except this time, I've installed a 1/4 inch grooving bit and another piece of tape to mark the beginning and end of the cutting edge. And on each piece, I'll put a pencil mark as a guide, so that I'll end up with this much wood remaining. Now, the depth of this cut is about 3/4 of an inch. And I'm going to cut that in 2 passes, about 3/8 of an inch at a time. And that's because this is a small router bit, and trying to make a deep plunge cut in one shot is hard on the router and on the bit. Take a look. A little bit of yellow carpenter's glue. Just spread it out evenly with a little brush here. I'm ready to slip the edge right on. Set it in my clamps. Now for the drawer. It's made out of 1/2-inch pine with a 1/4-inch plywood bottom. And the sides and the front have been grooved to accept the 1/4-inch bottom. The back is fit into a dado joint, and the front has a rabbet joint. First one I want to do is that rabbet joint, and I've set up the table saw with a dado head cutter, which is just 2 blades that are set at an angle to one another, and it plows out material. Again, using a gauge block and my T-square, I'll run each end of that front through. Okay, that'll fit together nicely. Now I'll have to make some saw adjustments so I can cut the dado in the side pieces to accept the back. Okay, a little more yellow carpenter's glue. And I can start to put this together. Now, the glue is only at the joints. We want to leave this piece of 1/4-inch plywood, which goes in the bottom, floating so that it can expand and contract freely with changes in moisture. We don't want it to expand so much that it can, if it was glued to the sides, it might break it open when it's swelled up. I guess I will admit that this is a pretty lightweight drawer, but it isn't that big, and how much can you really put in it? Now the corners will get nailed together with some 1-inch brads. Well, now I need a way to hold the top to the base. And what I did is made these little cleats right here. And they fit in like this. And these screws will fasten it to the rails. And then I've got some additional screws right here which will hold the top down. Well, the belt sander does a great job with the initial sanding, but there's nothing like a palm sander to finish it off. Well, that looks pretty good. Now I can take the top and flip it over so that the bottom side is facing up, and just take the whole leg assembly, the base of the table, set it on the top, and fasten it in place with 4 drywall screws. Okay, now I need something to hold my drawer in place. So I've made some cleats. They're just pieces of 1x2 that are screwed together so that you get an angle, and those will get fastened right here to the side rails. But I want to make sure I keep this just slightly above our front rail so the drawer will ride on this rather than on the rail. Well, I guess it wouldn't be a drawer without a knob to pull it open. A little bit more fine sanding on this piece and it'll be ready for some finishing. Well, it sure is nice having this designated area to do all my finishing. You know, we've tried to do it in the shop, and it's just impossible. There's too much dust in there. It settles around. You can't get rid of it. Out here, at least I have a relatively dust-free environment. Now, in this project, I'm starting with what's called a sanding sealer, and I'm applying it to the areas of the table that you're really not going to see, just to protect the wood so it won't absorb moisture and start to warp and twist. Now, I'll also do that to the inside and bottom side of my drawer, and then I'll get working on the side that we're going to see. Well, the next step is to apply a pre-stain sealer. And it's absorbed by the softer wood a little more than the hard, so I'll end up being able to control the depth of my stain. Let me show you on a piece that I've done for a sample. The stain I want to use was applied to raw wood, and you can see it's very uneven and blotchy. And then over here, over the pre-stained sealer. And by rubbing it at different degrees, I ended up with this little area right here, which is what I want to use on my table. So I apply the sealer lightly, let it sit according to the directions for 5 to 10 minutes, and then wipe it off. Okay, that's all wiped off. And the instructions say that I should wait at least an hour before I put some stain on. Well, this stain should give me a country pine look. I'll put it on with the brush and then let it sit and wipe it down a bit. Well, I would say that that's about the look that I want. Now, with the stain sufficiently dried, I'm ready for the first coat, which is a sanding sealer. Well, after the sanding sealer dried, I sanded it with a very fine sandpaper, and I like to use a 320 grit wet dry sandpaper. What happens, though, is you get a little bit of residue left over. That's supposed to happen. But before you put the finish on, you have to clean it off. And I like to use a tack cloth, which is really just cheesecloth that's treated with material to make it sticky. Once all that residue has been removed, I'm ready to put on my first coat of finish, which in this case is going to be a satin finish polyurethane. And that'll give me a nice, durable surface. Well, there it is. Not too bad of a project. And I hope that with the help of this videotape and the measured drawing that you will be able to build one just like it. Now here are some of the other new Yankee projects that you can build right in your own home workshop. Here's a workbench, a useful item in any shop. This is a drop leaf table, a classic addition to any home. Here is a blanket chest, a wonderful heirloom piece to build and have. The bedside table is shaker-inspired and a popular piece. Take a look at the bathroom vanity. Its design draws on the dry sinks of the past. This handsome trestle table is patterned after one found on the island of Nantucket. The bookcase, a revival of an old beauty found at Sturbridge Village. The chest of drawers is a traditional piece based on a shaker design. Look at the candle stand with its beautifully turned center column and gently curving legs. Here is a hutch, an indispensable item in any kitchen or dining room. My writing desk is made of maple with a smooth writing surface and lots of useful storage compartments. The corner cupboard makes good use of those often unused areas in your home. Here's a medicine cabinet made from oak and featuring box joints. And there it is, the new Yankee collection.
Norm Abram is the author of the book, The New Yankee Workshop, which is available in bookstores and libraries nationwide.
Hi, I'm Norm Abram. Welcome to the new Yankee Workshop. Bathroom vanities, surely a modern necessity. But why do most of them have to be so ugly? This one isn't, perhaps because its design draws on the old dry sinks of the past. And we happen to find one at the Fruitlands Museum in Harvard, Massachusetts. And that's our project today, next on the new Yankee Workshop. One thing that's nice about living in New England is that you're never far away from an old historic house like this one, a Shaker house that dates to 1790. And inside there's a nice piece I want to show you. Come on. Right here in this recreated Shaker kitchen, next to the old wood stove, was a piece of simple furniture the Shakers would have used every day, the dry sink. When not in use, the top would remain closed to make it look tidy. But to use it, they just opened it up, took a bucket filled with water, put it up on this upper level, and washed the dishes. Any spillage would fall down into this lower level and go out through a little drain, I suppose to a bucket below. It has some really nice details. The top section has dovetailed corners. There's a band that separates the top from the bottom, where we find two flat panel doors. And at the very bottom, a nice little base detail. You know, when I look at a piece like this, I can make a connection between the modern bathroom vanity of today and this old dry sink. Can you? Now, before we get started, I'd like to reassure you that if you'd like to build an exact copy of today's project, a measured drawing is available. And you'll hear more about that before this program ends. Now I'd like to show you how I built this bathroom vanity. Now for this cabinet, I've chosen to do all the joinery at the corners with dovetail joints. And they're not only functional in strength, but they look good when they're finished, especially on this white oak. Now the doors are a flat panel on the outside, but on the inside you'll find a raised panel. And this is something we see a lot in Shaker pieces. And the reason for it is that they wanted the full thickness of the wood for strength. So they had to taper the panels to make them fit in the door frame. And I think that's where I want to get started today, making the doors. And over here on my saw, I have the stiles and the rails for each door. And the first thing I'm going to do is put a groove down the center of each of these pieces into which our panel will fit. And I'll make that on the table saw with my adjustable dado head cutter, and it's set up so that the groove will be in the center of each piece and about 3/8 of an inch deep. Okay, the next thing that I have to do is cut a mortise in all the stiles. And it goes all the way through, and that's so that we can join the rails, which have tenons, through like this. Now the mortise is cut with this attachment I have on my drill press. And what it is a drill bit which drills the initial hole, and then a square chisel which squares it up. And that's all mounted in this special device right here. And then down in the bottom there is another attachment which holds the wood in place, because as you go to pull the chisel out, the wood wants to lift up, and that'll hold it down. Also, I've added a piece of wood down below here, and that's because it's a through mortise, and as the chisel comes through the other side, I don't want it to chip out big chunks of wood. Well, that makes a pretty nice joint. With a little bit of glue, that's going to stay together for years. Now I guess it's time to tell you how to make this tenon. This is what's called a haunched tenon. And it's haunched because this little piece has been left on. And that's there because it's needed to fill a gap when the frame is put together right here. There's a little gap left by the groove for the panel. Now the first thing I want to do to make the tenon is remove equal amounts of material, top and bottom, to get the right thickness. And I've set up the table saw, again with the adjustable dado head cutter, and I've put this guide block here, and that's just a reference to make sure I get this shoulder cut in the right place. And it also gives me some clearance when I come by here so that I don't get any bind up or kickback. final adjustment to the height of the blade, and now I'm ready to make that cut for this little haunch. Okay, here's my door frames loosely fitted together, and the next thing I want to do is make the panels. And I'll use this piece right here, which is 2 oak boards that have been glued up, and I've smoothed out the surface. And I want to take a measurement so that I can rip it to the right width. Now the opening here is 10 7/8, but I want to make the blank 3/4 of an inch bigger so that it'll fit in these grooves. So I'm looking for a piece about 11 5/8 inches. And I'll rip that right here on the table saw. All right, the next thing I want to do is cross-cut my panels to length. And I suppose I could use the standard T-square that comes with the saw, but the problem is that the larger the board and the heavier it is, the more the chance of wandering like this and not getting perfectly square cuts. So I'm going to use my old homemade panel cutter. Let me show you how it works. It's just a big version of the T-square, and it has a hardwood piece on the bottom which fits in the standard groove of the saw, and then there's a piece of plywood with a fence on it, and it's at perfect 90-degree angle to the saw blade, so I know I'm going to get square cuts every time. Now with my tape hooked on that freshly squared end, I know the length of my panel is to be 14 13/16. Let's take another look at our dry sink and see the detail on the inside of the door again. It's a raised panel, and to cut that I'm going to use my radial arm saw, in which a molding head cutter has been mounted in place of the regular saw blade. And it's just a heavy wheel with 3 cutters which, spinning around, will remove material. Now I'm going to do the raised panel in 2 passes, especially with this hard oak. It's too much material to take out at once. So we'll make 1 pass adjusted and do the second. Always doing the end grain first to minimize splintering. Now, one thing about these mortise and tenon joints is that there's a lot of surfaces to put the glue on, which means I should get a real tight joint. It'll last for a long, long time. Now we'll just slip this in like that. Now I'll just slide the panel in, and I don't use any glue on the panel because I want that to float freely in these dados so that they can expand and contract with changes in humidity. One has to remember that when you clamp things up like this, don't put too much pressure on there, just enough to squeeze it together. A little bit of glue will come out of the joint. That's all we need. All right, now over here I've got some boards that I glued up to make the sides of our dry sink. And I want to point out that I always pay close attention to the growth rings, and I'll wet this a little here. And you can see that over on this piece the rings curve in this direction, which means the bark was out here. And on this piece they curve in this direction, which means the bark was out here. And by alternating the direction of the growth rings, you end up with a much more stable piece of glued up wood. The first thing I want to do to this piece is scrape off the excess glue that's squeezed out, and to do that I'm just going to use an ordinary paint scraper. The width of this side panel wants to be 18 1/4, and the height wants to be 32 1/2, and I'll rip it first at 18 1/4, which I've already set on the table saw. Now I'll just cross-cut the sides to the right height, and boy, this panel cutter really comes in handy with pieces this size. Next thing I want to do to these side panels is put a rabbet right in the top edge here. And that's so that this top frame can sit in it, and this will hold the countertop down. Also, I want to put a rabbet along the back edge to recess the plywood backing. I've got the table saw all set up with the dado head, and I'll make that top rabbet first. Now this top frame is made from 2-inch pine, the long pieces being grooved the entire length, and then these short pieces have little tongues which fit into that groove. Let's make the grooves first. That's good. Now these joints just get held together with a little bit of glue and some brads just to hold it in place until the glue sets up. Well, now let's take a look underneath our dry sink. And you'll see that the bottom and the sides are attached to this pine frame. And there's really not much fancy about this. Just a little bit of glue and ordinary butt joints fastened together with a few screws. Okay, now we're ready for a little assembly of our dry sink. This is the top frame, which gets fastened to the side by driving some screws through the top. On all these connections, I like to apply a little bit of glue because it never hurts to add a little extra strength to the joint. And now this is the base we just assembled, and that also gets fastened with a few drywall screws. And now for the bottom shelf, a little glue. It's just a piece of 5/8 plywood. Drop down in place, holding it flush with the front of the side panel. And I'll just secure that with some finish nails, 6-penny finish nails, so I don't want to really see the screw heads in here. Well, now I want to install this little cleat along the back edge of the top frame. And ultimately, that'll be used to fasten the dry sink to a wall. See, the back of the dry sink is nothing more than a piece of 1/4-inch Luan plywood. And it's fastened at the top and the bottom with some 5-penny nails into the pine. And on the sides, where it would be real difficult to drive nails in the oak, I'm using screws, being sure to pre-drill some holes. Well, now I need to build this projection of our dry sink and make the dovetail joints. And to do that, I start out by making a couple little pieces here, which will fit on the sides, and they've been rabbeted out to fit over the top frame. And I've taken the left-hand one and the front piece and set it up in my dovetailing jig. And following the instructions with the jig, I'll cut the dovetails in the two pieces. Okay. Now you'll notice that when I made the front piece here, I didn't dovetail all the way to the top of it. And that's so that when it's assembled, I didn't want this rabbeted joint to show through. That fits good. Now a little bit of glue on these dovetails, and I'll be ready to attach it to the dry sink frame. Now I'm going to pre-drill a few holes for some nails along the top edge. Apply a little bit of glue. Okay, we'll put a little clamp pressure on that, hold it together, let it set overnight. We'll get back to work on this dry sink tomorrow morning. I'm going to get started this morning making the face frame. The face frame is made from 4 pieces of wood joined at the corners by half-lap joints. The best way to cut them is on a radial arm saw. Now, these half-lap joints are assembled just by putting some glue on all the surfaces, sliding them together, and then just using a couple 5/8" screws will secure it in place while the glue sets up. Okay, some glue applied to the edges of the side panels and a little bit to that bottom piece of plywood. And you just set the face frame in the glue. And I found that working with any hardwood, especially this oak, you want to pre-drill for any nails or screws. Oh boy, that's as smooth as a baby's bottom. Now let's see, I guess the next thing I want to do is work on this base right here. So let's take a look back at the prototype. And you'll see it's just 1x4 oak that goes around the corners with dovetail joinery. Okay, let's see how those fit. Pretty good. Now we're ready to do the other end. Okay, I just pre-drill some holes through the oak and secure the base in place with some small finish nails. Next, I want to put a little edge on this base, and to do that I'm going to use my router with a chamfering bit. It's just a bit at a 45-degree angle, and this little roller bearing here is just a guide so it won't mar the work. Well, now I'm ready to get started hanging the doors. Let's go back and look at our prototype. The doors are hung in place with these little hinges right here. And the one that's on the stile is mortised. In other words, I took a knife and a chisel and carved out the wood so it would sit flush. And the one on the door is surface mounted. Well, the reason I didn't mortise the one on the door was because if I had, this gap might have been too small and I would stand the chance of the door becoming hinge bound. Now to chisel these in or set them in, what I like to do is screw the hinge right to the stile in the location that it's going to be. That way it's easier to hold. It holds itself in place. Then I'll take a sharp utility knife and trace the outline of the hinge. And then I'll take it out and then just using a chisel, I'll remove the right amount of material. Boy, is this oak hard. It takes a good sharp chisel. Okay, that fits pretty good. 3 more to go. Well, even though this hinge is just surface mounted to the door, I don't think I'll have any problems because it's light enough. The hinge is nice, though, because it allows the door to open 180 degrees. And now what we ought to do is just check the fit between the two doors. And I think that looks pretty good. And now we're ready to start working on the top. Now the top for our dry sink cabinet is made from high-pressure laminate, which is bonded to a piece of particle board. In fact, this is high-density particle board, especially made for countertops. Now, because I don't want just 3/4 of an inch of thickness around the edge, I want this to be about 1.5 inches, the first thing I'm going to have to do is build up the thickness of this particle board. And to do that, I'm just going to use some 1x2 pine applied around the edges with some glue and screws. Okay, that takes care of building up the edge. Now the next thing I want to do is make this oak band that'll go around the edge, and that also has a dovetail joint at the corners. Okay. Yeah, the perfect dovetail every time. Now let's try this out on the plank. Good, that fits together good. Now I'll just glue up the joints and attach it to the top. Well, now I'm ready to apply some contact cement in a well-vented area to the laminate and to the particle board. Now you can put it on with a brush or a roller, but I like to use just a scrap piece of laminate. And it's better to put on 2 thin coats than 1 thick coat. It should look about like this as you put it on. Okay, that takes care of the first coat. It'll take about 10 minutes for this to dry, and then I'll come back and put the second coat on. All right, well, that second coat is dry. The contact cement will just be tacky to the touch. And now for these sticks, which are really the most important part of the job. These I lay down on top of the particle board, and that allows me to adjust the laminate before I make a commitment to sticking it down, because there's one thing with contact cement, and that's that when the 2 surfaces touch one another, there's no moving them, and you don't want to end up with the top a little bit off of one edge, not covering the particle board. So I just set it in place and make sure it's hanging over all 4 edges, and I can just pull these strips out. Okay. Letting it go down in the middle first. And I'll pull the 2 edge ones out. And now I'm just going to take a little roller and start in the middle and roll out to the edges, making sure that I have a good bond and I roll out any air bubbles that might be under there. Well, now I'm ready to trim off the excess laminate around the edges. And to do that, I use my router with the laminate trimming bit. And that's just a cutter with a couple carbide edges and a little ball bearing which guides it along so that it cuts just the laminate and not the wood along the edge. Well, the next thing I want to do is chamfer the edge of the top. And I'll do that using my router with a chamfering bit. And what that does is allows a little more oak to show through the edge, and I just think it's a really nice detail. Well, the next thing I want to do is make this oak backsplash. So I've got a piece clamped down in the vise here. It's about 4 inches wide, and I'm going to chamfer 3 edges. Okay, I've just drilled 3 holes along the back edge of the counter, and they're for these screws, which I'll put in from underneath, and they will secure the backsplash in place, like that. Okay, well now, before I put the knobs on the doors or put a sink in this top, let's finish it. Boy, don't those dovetail joints look great? For my money, this white oak is best finished clear. So I'm starting out with a sanding sealer. And when this is dry, I'll sand it down and put a final coat of satin polyurethane. With the sealer dry, I've sanded the entire case with some 320 grit wet dry sandpaper. And you can see there's a little powdery substance like a talcum that's left over. So I vacuumed the entire vanity, and now I'll just wipe it down with a rag dampened with mineral spirits. Now this is the part of the project I really like the most, putting on the finish coats. I'm using a satin finish polyurethane, and this is where that dust-free environment is critical. Dust getting on this before it's dry is going to ruin all my work. I'll put on 3 coats, lightly rubbing between coats with steel wool, and that should give me a really durable finish. With the first coat of polyurethane dry, I did a very light sanding and then found an appropriately colored putty to fill the nail holes, and now I'm putting the final coat of polyurethane on. Imagine the satisfaction of being able to build a piece of furniture like this in your own home workshop, and then being able to look at it and use it every day. Our next project is this cherry trestle table, modeled after one we found on the island of Nantucket. Hope to see you back here next time on the new Yankee Workshop. Hi, I'm Norm Abram, and this is the new Yankee Workshop, where today we'll be building this beautiful cherry trestle table, modeled after one we found on the island of Nantucket. That's coming right up.
The new Yankee Workshop features the craftsmanship of Norm Abram.
Now this is it, an authentic Nantucket dining room. These white walls make everything stand out, like this corner cupboard and the nice big fireplace. But the thing that attracts me first is this table. It's made out of 3 pine boards, and oh, look at this. They've put a Dutchman in there, which is a patch. It was probably made from some recycled material from a boat or maybe another old house. Let's take a look underneath. It's a trestle table. It has a nicely proportioned foot. Here's the vertical member of the trestle, and the stretcher comes through that and is held in place with this wooden wedge. Oh, and further down the line, they've added another brace here, and that's probably because the table is pretty thin and it needed some extra support for its length. The one thing that surprised me about this table, though, is that it's made out of pine, which is a softwood, and a dining room table would get a lot of nicks and dings. But this one's been beautifully cared for. The other thing that impresses me is the proportions. Narrow, yet very long, which probably means you could seat 10 people at this table comfortably. You know, I think I should take a few measurements, make some sketches, because this is something that we could build back at the shop. I really liked the design of that trestle table down in Nantucket, but when it came time to build this one, I did make one important change. The one in Nantucket was built out of a softwood. I've built this one out of a hardwood, cherry in fact. And the reason for that is I know that one of my kids is going to sit down to do their homework at this table, and they're going to be using a ballpoint pen, and when they get done, I'm going to have an impression of their homework on my tabletop, and I don't really want that. So with the hardwood, I know I'm going to avoid that problem, but it's not easy to find. Just can't go to any old home center and pick up cherry. So I did a little checking around and found a local mill that sells rough-cut cherry. And in this case, it's what they call 6/4, which means it's approximately 1.5 inches thick. And it comes in varying widths and lengths about 8 to 10 feet long. An important part of it, though, is that it's kiln dried, which means I'm not going to have to worry about it twisting or shrinking as time goes on. I know this table is going to last for generations. The problem is that you can't just start building a table with the rough lumber. You have to surface it. And to do that, I'm going to use my surface planer. And I'll run the boards through, taking a little bit off one side, flipping it over, taking some more off. And by using this little gauge, I can adjust each pass, never taking more than 1/16 of an inch, so that I end up with a piece of wood that looks like this, nice and smooth on both sides. Take a look. Okay, that takes care of the surfaces, nice and smooth on both sides. And I ended up with about 1 3/8 inches of thickness, which is what all the material on the table will be. Now I have to deal with these rough edges on each side. And I want to take off just a little bit of material, as little as possible, in fact, because this stuff is worth $3 a board foot. So I've set the saw to remove about 1/8 to 1/4 of an inch. Well, now I'm going to readjust my fence to take 1/8 of an inch off the other edge. Okay, that's the rough cut. And as you can see, it's not perfectly smooth, and sometimes you'll get a couple little burn marks in the wood. So I bring it over here to my joiner. And what this is a tool that helps straighten and smooth the boards. The straightening is achieved because we have a long bed on the table of the tool. And the planing is done with 3 cutters, in this case solid carbide steel cutters, and that'll smooth out all the edges. Watch. That does a good job. You know, if you don't happen to have the equipment to do all this planing, you could bring it to your local mill in its rough stage, and they'll surface it for you for a fee. I suppose the most formidable task of building this table is edge gluing this top, because it's so big. And in fact, it's built out of 6 boards. You can see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 boards. And I just couldn't find a way how to align and glue all these pieces and clamp them before the glue set up. So I broke it down into 2 groups, and I glued these up yesterday afternoon, each having 3 boards, and now I'm ready to join these 2 groups together. Boy, this stuff is heavy. This is a great little tool that I just happened to pick up the other day. It's a glue applicator, and it just squeezes glue out onto you squeeze glue out onto a roller, and it really does a nice job of putting down an even coat of glue. And it goes much faster than any other way that I've tried. Okay, that's the easy part. Now comes the hard part. Setting these pieces down and aligning them and clamping them together, each group together, before the glue sets up. Now you notice when I do my clamping, I'm going to use some small scraps of wood so that I don't mar up the edges of my table. Okay, now this next clamp is going to go over the top. And I always alternate the clamps, one under, one over, about every 2 feet down the length of the tabletop. Okay, that looks pretty good. Now we'll just let it dry. One of the great things about a trestle table is that it can be easily disassembled. After all, they were used in churches where they were set up for a meal and then broken down so that other functions could take place. And so you needed something that would come apart easily. And this is a great design. Okay, let's take a look at one of the trestles. You can see it's 3 pieces, a foot, a vertical member right here, and a brace on the top. Now the foot is attached to the vertical member by a mortise and tenon. The foot is made out of 2 pieces of wood, which will get glued together. Now I suppose I could glue them up first and then cut that mortise through there for the tenon with boring bits and chisels, but I'm going to do it before I do the glue up on the radial arm. And the radial arm is set up with a dado head, which is just two blades at an angle to one another, so they plow out material. And we can do this in just a few minutes. Watch. With the two pieces for my foot dadoed, glued, and clamped together, I'm going to set it aside and turn my attention to this top brace, which also has a mortise that goes all the way through. But this time, I don't have an alternative. I do have to drill all the way through this piece of wood and chisel out the excess material. So I've laid out the area of the mortise on the top and on the bottom, because I need those lines as guidelines. And I'll bring them over to the drill press here, where I've installed a 3/4 inch Forstner bit and this feather board, which helps hold the work tightly up against the fence so it won't move around as I bore it out. Now with the short bit, I'm going to have to bore through one side, turn it over, and finish the boring from the other side. So it really helps to have some sharp chisels when you're working with this hardwood. And now a little bit of work with a wood rasp, and that'll finish up the inside of this mortise. Okay, the next thing I want to do is turn my attention to this vertical piece. And because this piece is about 10 inches wide, I had to glue up a couple pieces of cherry, because the widest I could get was about 6.5 inches. And the first thing I want to do is make a tenon on the end of this piece, which goes through that top brace. And I'm going to do that to this piece right here, over on the radial arm saw, which again has the dado head in it. And I've set it up so that it'll remove about 5/16 of an inch of material on each side of this vertical piece. Well, that takes care of the dadoing for the top tenon. Now I need to make another one on the bottom here, because there's a tenon that goes through the foot section. And it's a little bit thicker, so I'm going to have to readjust my radial arm, but the procedure is exactly the same. Well, that takes care of that. The next thing I want to do is put a shoulder cut on these tenons, and that's to remove this piece of material so that I don't stand the chance of having a gap right along this edge. I suppose I could use a lot of different tools to do that job, but I prefer to do it on the bandsaw. You might have noticed that when I made this shoulder cut on the bandsaw that I left a little extra material on right here. And that was so that I wouldn't disturb this nice clean line down this side part. And I'm just removing the excess with a good sharp chisel. Well, now it's time to make this mortise right here, which is where the stretcher passes through to connect the two trestles. And I'll do that over on the drill press, which still has a 3/4 inch Forstner bit in it, and I'll just drill a series of holes to get that material out. Okay, now I'll just clean out this mortise with my chisels just like I did on the other one. Okay, the next thing I want to do is cut these angles on the brace, the top brace, which is 60 degrees, so it's a steep angle. And I'm going to do it over here on the table saw with my T-square, but if you find out that as you pull the T-square back to get started, it goes off the end of the table, so it's not very steady. So what I'm going to do is just turn it around, and that'll make it a lot easier and safer to make this cut. Well, now that the glue is set up on my foot assemblies, I'm ready to do some more work. And I made this template from the table down in Nantucket, and it gives me two things: the profile along the top of the leg and this little space underneath here. And that's there so that the table will rest on 4 smaller bearing points rather than just 2 long ones. I take my template and trace the outline of the pattern on each blank, and then I'll go over to my bandsaw and make the cuts. Well, the bandsaw does a real nice job cutting those curves, but they are still a little bit rough. So I've taken the chuck out of the drill press and replaced it with this drum sander, and that does a great job smoothing it out and squaring it up. Take a look. The next thing to do to the foot assemblies, now that they're all sanded, is to relieve the edges right here along the top. And to do that, I'm going to use a 1/4 inch rounding over bit, and I'll do both edges. The next thing I want to do is check how well this joint fits. I want it to be tight, and I want it to be flush. So I'm just going to dry fit the 2 pieces together, and that's, you don't want to glue it now. We'll try a dry fit. Okay, and see how it looks. Now, it fits good this way, but it's sticking up a little bit here, so I'll just dress that up with my sander. Okay, with this piece nicely sanded smooth, I'm ready to put this decorative bead right down the edge here. And to do that, I'm going to have to pull it apart again and come over to my table saw, which is now outfitted with a molding head cutter. And you can see there's a cutter mounted in a heavy base, and in fact there's 3 of these on the entire system. But this bead, this cutter, is set up for 3 beads, and I only need 1. So I'm going to slide the fence over, covering 2 of the beads, and I've set a guide mark right here on my table. I'll tighten that down and run my piece through on all 4 edges. Well, it's glue up time, and I want to make sure that I get some good coverage right on these shoulders and cheek cuts of my tenon. So I've put the glue on with the glue bottle, and now I'm just using a brush to spread it out evenly. And then on the tenon itself, I'm going to use my little glue roller, and I want to get a fairly decent coverage on those, but I don't want to put so much glue on it that when I squeeze the 2 pieces together, it's all going to ooze out. Okay, with that clamped down, I can set it aside to dry overnight, but first I want to take a damp sponge and remove any excess glue, because we want to make sure we do that now. Well, a little more rain here this morning in New England, but I guess we could use it. The trestles have been setting up overnight, and I guess they're all set, but I'm going to leave them in the clamps for a little while and turn my attention to the rest of the assembly. And the first thing that I want to start working on is this stretcher. And I'll have to make some notches in the ends here, where it passes through the hole in the trestle and it comes out with a little bit of a taper. And then also along the center of the trestle right here, I need to cut a mortise for this center brace. And also on this little top cross member, I also need another little mortise. Now the drill press still has its 3/4 inch Forstner bit in it, and I'm just going to drill a couple holes. Now this time I don't have to go all the way through. I only have to go down about an inch. Okay, now for this center brace, I slide it in behind my feather board. And this one I'm going to have to drill all the way through, but I'll drill from one side, turn it over, and then finish it. Now I'll clean out the rest of these two mortises with a good sharp chisel, just as before. Well, now I'm going to turn my attention to this tapered support in the center. And the first thing that I have to do is take my blank stock here and make a tenon on each end. And I'll do that with my radial arm, which is set up with a dado head cutter. Okay, that takes care of the tenons. Now we'll give them a trial fit. That one's pretty good. Now this top one. Okay. Well, now I can go over to the bandsaw and cut this tapered part right here, as well as these curves right along this top brace. Okay, that smooths out the edges of the tapered piece, and now since the beading bit is still in the saw, I'm going to bead the 4 edges. Well, one last beading operation, which is to our stretcher, and I'll do all 4 edges of that. The shoulder cuts right here on the stretcher need to be precisely cut. Otherwise, when it's driven together, you won't have a nice fit right along this line, and the trestle won't be perfectly vertical. Now, you could cut it a lot of different ways, but since I have the radial arm here, I'm going to do it with that. But I've added something. I've extended the fence up a little bit higher with this piece of plywood so that I have a good solid backing to make the cut. So I'll just slide it over and run the saw through. Now, on the end of the stretcher piece, you can see by the layout lines that it goes straight for a ways, and that's where the trestle fits on. Then it's slightly tapered. Now, it's a heavy piece, so it's going to take some careful hand-eye coordination to get it through the saw. The trestle assembly is held together by means of wedges on either end. And note that it's straight on one side and tapered on this side. That's so it'll wedge in there tightly. It also means that I'm going to have to cut the mortise at a taper, at that 5-degree taper. So I'll do that over on the drill press where I've been doing all the other mortising, except that I've added a piece of wood which has been cut at a 5-degree angle, which gives me the right relationship to the drill press. So I'll drill 1 hole on each end. Now the rest of the mortising will take place at just 90 degrees. Okay, that cleans up the mortises, and now I'm ready to make the wedges, which are 1/2-inch stock, and I'll just hold a couple pieces together and cut them on the bandsaw. Well, that does a nice job rounding off these edges. I'm just using a 1/4-inch rounding over bit in my router table. I'll bring this over to our trestle assembly and see if it fits in there good. Okay, that's pretty good. And our centerpiece is all fit. And now just to tighten down this wedge. Now I'm ready for the top. Well, a circular saw with a board clamp down is a perfect way to square up this table. Now, on each end, I'm going to have to make a tongue, which will accept the breadboard edge. That'll go like this. And to do that, I'm going to use my router with a straight cutting bit and a fence. And I just have to take my time and remove a little bit of material with each pass. Okay, now I'm going to make the same pass down on the other end before I make any further adjustments. Okay, that takes care of the tongue. Now I want to put a groove in this breadboard piece that will slip over the tongue. But I don't want the groove to go all the way through the end of this breadboard piece. Notice that I've installed a piece of tape on the table to indicate where I want to let the piece down and remove it so that I'll end up with a 1/2 inch of wood remaining so that that tongue won't show through. With a handsaw and a sharp chisel, I've made this little shoulder at the end of the table, and that's so I can slip that breadboard edge over. Now I'm just going to clamp it in place temporarily so that I can drill some holes. Now this is the underside of the table, and I'm going to drill a 3/8 inch diameter, but not quite all the way through, for some dowels. Now I'm going to just pull out this dowel I set in here to keep the holes aligned. So I can take off this edge, and I want to elongate the holes on each edge, just in the tongue piece, so that the top can expand and contract freely with changes of weather. The only glue I need on these dowels is the last 1/8 of an inch, just to hold it in place. And I'll just saw these off with my handsaw, and now we're ready to start sanding this top. Okay, now I'm ready to round over the edges on my top. And for that, I'm going to use a 1/2 inch rounding over bit. Notice that under the table, there are 2 cleats that have been screwed on, and they go on each side of the trestle to hold the top in place. And And I'll make those from this stock right here. And the first thing I want to do is relieve these edges by using my bandsaw. Well, now I'll relieve these edges with my 1/4-inch rounding over bit in the router table. Well, with the cleats fastened in place, as well as the center brace, I'm ready to see how well this top fits on top of the trestle. Now, that seems to fit pretty good. Not bad for a rainy day. A few more hours of sanding on this table, and it'll be ready for some kind of finish. One thing that was really nice about that pine table down in Nantucket was that dark, rich color. So to get the cherry a little darker, I'm going to put a cherry stain on it. I'll apply it with the brush as evenly as possible, let it sit for about 10 minutes, and then wipe off the excess. Well, depending on how much I rub this down will determine the final color that I end up with, and I think this is just about right. Now, with the stain dry, I put on 2 coats of a satin finish polyurethane with a light sanding between each coat. And I think this cherry trestle table turned out pretty well. I hope that with the help of this tape and the measured drawing that you'll be able to build one of these too. Now, here are some of the other new Yankee projects that you can build right in your own home workshop. Here's a workbench, a useful item in any shop. This is a drop leaf table, a classic addition to any home. Here is a blanket chest, a wonderful heirloom piece to build and have. The bedside table is shaker-inspired and a popular piece. Take a look at the bathroom vanity. Its design draws on the dry sinks of the past. This handsome trestle table is patterned after one found on the island of Nantucket. The bookcase, a revival of an old beauty found at Sturbridge Village. The chest of drawers is a traditional piece based on a shaker design. Look at the candle stand with its beautifully turned center column and gently curving legs. Here is a hutch, an indispensable item in any kitchen or dining room. My writing desk is made of maple with a smooth writing surface and lots of useful storage compartments. The corner cupboard makes good use of those often unused areas in your home. Here's a medicine cabinet made from oak and featuring box joints. And there it is, the new Yankee collection.
Norm Abram is the author of the book, The New Yankee Workshop, which is available in bookstores and libraries nationwide.
Hi, I'm Norm Abram. Today's project in the new Yankee Workshop is this handsome bookcase. And its design was inspired by a real beauty we found at the old Sturbridge Village. That's coming up next, right here on the new Yankee Workshop.
The New Yankee Workshop features the craftsmanship of Norm Abram.
In early America, there were very few books in private homes. Therefore, not much need for bookcases. But here at the bank, they kept the books, right?
Right, they're in there.
I bet they knew where every nickel and dime was. This is a nice piece, a freestanding bookcase with a cornice detail at the top. And inside, an adjustable shelf feature. You thought that was a modern device. It appears that the cabinet is built from some pine, but if you look at the inside of the door, you see that it's pine on the inside and that it has a mahogany veneer on the outside. So I suppose today we would build a bookcase like this with plywood. Now, to build my bookcase today, I need 2.5 sheets of plywood, 1.5 sheets of 3/4 inch for the sides, the top, and the bottom, as well as the shelves, and 1 sheet of 1/4 inch for the back. Now, I've chosen birch plywood because the plywood is much more stable than a solid wood might be. I'm not going to get any warping or splitting. And I've chosen this birch because it's a nice smooth surface. It'll paint up nicely, and you could stain it, in fact, if you wanted to. Now, it's expensive, but not as expensive as good premium pine might be. Now, my home center doesn't offer pre-cutting of plywood, but some places do. You might want to have them make the initial cuts for you right at the lumberyard. That'll save you some time, but make sure they do it right because this stuff is still fairly expensive. Now, I'm going to cut mine on my table saw here, and I've set the fence up so that it's 24 inches from the rip fence to the center of the blade. That way I'll get 2 equally wide strips 8 feet long. And because I'm doing it alone, I need a little bit of help, so I put these rollers in front of the saw. And they're set up so that they're just a little bit lower than the top of the table saw, and they're also perfectly parallel with the front of the saw. If they were out of parallel, as you push the wood through, it might tend to walk off in one direction or the other. So with those all set up, I'm ready to go. Wish me luck. Now, another thing is that in my shop here I have my workbench behind the saw, and it's about the same height as the saw, so it helps hold up the plywood. And what you want to do is make sure that the plywood is tight up against the fence and not out at an angle like this or like this. The idea is to keep it perfectly parallel to the fence. Keep an eye on that as well as the blade, and just take your time and push it through. All right, this is one sheet that's been ripped in half, and now I need one more half sheet, so I'll rip this one over here. And you know, if you don't have a table saw that rips to 24-inch widths, and you can't get your lumberyard to make the initial cuts for you, you could think about using a straight edge and just an ordinary circular saw. You can do a pretty good job with that, but this is really the way to go. So now I need 2 pieces, 11 3/4 inches for the sides of the bookcase. And I'll set my rip fence, again making sure to get an accurate measurement between the fence and the saw blade. And I'll rip those 2 pieces from one of my half sheets. Now for my shelves. As you can see, the shelf is just a piece of plywood with a pine nosing. And I need to rip the plywood to 10.5 inches. Let's see, if I rip 3 strips 8 feet long, that'll give me enough material for 6 shelves. Let me set my saw to 10.5. Now, the next piece that I need is this bottom stationary piece. And you'll notice that it's wider than either the sides or the adjustable shelves. And in fact, it needs to be 12 1/8 inches. And I'll cut that from my remaining strip here. But first, I want to cross-cut it in half, which will be 4 feet. Okay, now I'm going to rip it on the table saw, which is already set at 12 1/8. Now I need a piece for the top up here, and that fits between the plywood on the back and the face frame. So it needs to be 11 3/8 inches. And I'll cut that for my remaining strip over here. This part of the operation is cutting to length. And this is one of two side pieces cut to 6'5" 3/8. This will be the top, which is cut to 3 feet. This will be our bottom, cut to 2 foot 11 1/4 inches. And while I'm at it, I might as well cut my shelves, which will be 34 3/8 inches. With these scrap pieces, I can show you how we join the bottom to the sides. We'll cut a dado in the side pieces into which we'll just slip our bottom. And that's just a regular dado joint, which is a very strong connection. And we'll do that right over on the table saw. Now to do this joint, I'm using a dado head, which I've set to take out a 3/4 inch wide by 3/8 inch deep dado, and it's just two blades that are set at angles to one another. And I'm going to use my T-square in combination with my rib fence, which is something you should never do unless you have this guide block in place. Without the guide block, you stand the chance of bind up and possible kickback of the wood as you push it through. The guide block is just a reference so that my dado will end up in the right place. In this case, from the bottom of the side piece to the top of the dado is 5 inches. So as I push it through, it starts me in the right place, but it also gives me clearance here so that I don't have any bind up and possible kickback. So now I'm ready to start with one of my side pieces and make that dado cut. Let me see if I can show you how we're going to join this side to the top, because you can't really see it with all our moldings in place. What we're going to do is put a rabbet in the top piece, and that'll sit over the side pieces like that. And we'll do that operation on the table saw also. Again, using the dado head, and I've set it up so that it'll remove 3/4 of an inch by 3/8 of an inch. And I'll do that to both ends of my top piece. Now, the back of the bookcase has this 1/4 inch plywood, which is recessed into the side panels. And the reason for that is that when you look at the end of the bookcase, you don't want to see the edge grain of that plywood. So what we have to do is make a rabbet joint in the side panels, which will be 3/8 by 3/8. And I'll do that over on the table saw. Now, I don't need the T-square anymore, but I've put this piece of wood on the rib fence to protect my blade from hitting the metal. Our adjustable shelves are held in place by these shelf standards and clips. And I suppose we could just mount these standards right on the surface like this. But for a couple minutes extra work, by cutting 2 dados, they'll be recessed and it'll give you that nice clean look. Okay, the next objective is to join all the pieces together using glue and screws. Okay, with some glue in the dado, I'm ready to install the bottom piece. And I want to keep it about 3/4 of an inch in front of that side panel to take into account the thickness of the face frame. Okay, the next thing that I have to do is cut this piece of 1/4 inch plywood to fit on the back. Okay, with a light bead of glue applied all the way around the back, we're ready for the plywood. And you want to make sure that this bad side is facing up and the good side is down towards the inside of the cabinet. Just set it down in place. And I'll fasten it with these little 5-penny box nails. Okay, with the back all nailed in place, tip it up and clean off any excess glue that might have squeezed through with a damp sponge. And then I'm ready to start building my face frame. Now let me show you how this face frame assembly goes together. But first I'll take off this crown molding header piece. And I can pull off this frame. And you can see it's just 3 pieces of wood, 2 stiles, 1 on each side, and a rail piece across the top. And they're joined together with a half lap joint that's glued and screwed together from the back side. Now let's start over here with our pieces for our bookcase. This is the header piece, 3 feet long, 4 3/4 inches wide. And I've set up the radial arm saw with the dado cutter in it to remove just enough material to make the half lap joint. A little bit of glue here for our half lap joint, and we'll slip them together and make sure they're aligned, and just use some small 5/8 inch long screws, really just to hold it in place until the glue sets up. Okay, with some glue applied all the way around the edges of the plywood, I'm ready to put my assembled face frame on. Just set that down in the glue. And I'll just use some 6-penny finish nails to attach it all the way around the edges. All right, let's work on the base next. Now, I suppose I could glue and nail all these pieces right to the cabinet, but if you were going to build one or more of these and join them together, to move them around, you have to be able to take them apart. So you want to have the base piece as well as the head piece removable. Now this is just pine, and I've put a beaded edge along the top of our base, just using my router with this beading bit. And then I fitted all the pieces with 45-degree miters on the corners, and then added these glue blocks to the inside with screws to hold everything together so it's nice and rigid. Now I've got a piece clamped down to my table here, 5 inches wide and about 6 feet long, and that's what I'll need to put the base on our bookcase. All right, now I'm going to do my mitering right here on the table saw using my T-square. But first, I'm going to rough cut the pieces with enough extra to do my final fitting. So I need 2 pieces, 14 inches, and the piece left over will do the front. I'm going to bring the pieces right over to the case and mark the orientation of my angles. And that's just so that I don't get confused, because whenever you do mitering, it's very easy to cut the angle the wrong way. So I'll come back to my saw, adjust the blade to 45 degrees for the miter cuts, and then we're ready to make the pass. Let's begin to fit these pieces together. We'll check the front piece against the side piece, and that fits really well. So now we're going to hold it firmly in place, go across to the other side, and just put a little pencil mark where we want the miter to be. And it's a good idea to have that just a little bit long, because you can always recut it later. And then also mark the orientation of the angle. Now to make this miter cut, my mark is really on the wrong side of the board. It's over here and the blade is here. So I'll flip it over, and using a square, just transfer a mark along the back of the board, marking it on this side, and that'll give me a guide to start through the saw blade. And again, I'm going to cut it a little long because I can always trim it up later. Before I can make my final check of the fit, I have to cut my side pieces to length. So I'll just set the front piece on the cabinet, then take the side pieces, putting the mitered edge down, and mark this intersection right here, which will give me the correct length, and I'll just square cut those. And now I'm ready to see how well these fit together. Okay, that fits pretty good. Now I'm ready to glue it up. These glue blocks really do a great job at strengthening those corners. So some glue on the block itself. Set it down on our side piece. And then some glue on the entire miter, and a little more on the block. And we can fasten it to this front piece. Okay, a few screws, and that'll hold the base in place. Now, the top section of our bookcase may look complicated, but in fact it's not that bad. It's 3 pieces of wood, a 3 5/8 inch crown molding that I picked up at the lumber yard, this angled piece right here that I made on the table saw, and a piece of 1 by 5 that I've rounded over the edges. Now the bottom edge was rounded over with a 1/2 inch rounding over bit in the router, and to make it a little bit softer on the top edge, I'm just going to use a 1/4 inch rounding over bit, and I'm ready to do that now. Let's take another look at our sample top piece. What you have to remember is that this top board hangs over the side of the cabinet to accept the crown molding. And when it's all set in place, we want to make sure that the head piece up here hangs over the side of the cabinet 2 3/4 inches. Now over on this side, which is really the private side of the cabinet, which you don't see, we'll have miter joints, which I'll do on the table saw, and then screw them together. This little guide allows me to make perfect blind screw pockets every time. Now this top assembly gets fastened to the cabinet with screws. Okay, that takes care of the backer strip for the crown molding. And that was just made from a piece of 1 7/8" stock that I beveled at 38 degrees. And what it'll do is accept the crown molding, and in fact will fasten it to that strip. That 38 degrees, though, will vary depending on where you purchase your molding. And now our crown molding, the final touch. Not the easiest thing to cut and make nice, tight joints. First of all, you need a miter box. Not necessarily a power one like this, but you do need a miter box. And you always set the molding in upside down. And what I like to do is simulate what's happening at the cabinet, because the molding, if it's not set in the box correctly, will end up at the wrong angle, and that will drastically affect your fits. So we'll use a piece of scrap backer and set the molding against it, and then clamp this guide strip down. And that'll simulate what's happening at the cabinet, and we'll end up with perfect cuts every time. What do we ever do without this carpenter's glue? A little bit of glue on the joint, and I've already put some on my cleat. I'll squeeze it into place. That fits real good. And nail it in place with some small 4-penny finish nails. And now for probably the most important part of our bookcases, the shelves themselves. Let me show you how I made those. We started out with these pieces of plywood, and this would be the front edge if we left it unfinished, and that's not very good. So I took some 1x2 pine, and we'll apply that to the front. It'll give it some thickness, and it'll also give it some strength. And what I did is just rounded off the edges using a 3/8 rounding over bit. Let me show you. A little bit of glue, my milled front piece, put on with some 4-penny finish nails, and that's all there is to making shelves. Let me share a trade secret with you. Whenever I build these bookcases, I don't want to install these metal standards until after I've done any painting or staining to the inside of the cabinet. Believe me, it's real difficult to paint around them. But once the paint is dry and the standards are in place, set those shelves in and you're ready to start enjoying your bookcases. Well, what do you think of these colors? Brick for the outside of the bookcase, green for the inside of the bookcase. I think that's a pretty good choice. But before I dare put any of these finish colors on, I want to apply a coat of good latex primer. Well, that primer was a perfect start to finishing this bookcase. And after it dried overnight, I took some 220 grit sandpaper and sanded all the surfaces perfectly smooth. I also took the trouble to use some glazing compound to fill any of the nail holes. And now I'm ready to start the finish coat. I'm going to do the inside first, and this is the green color that we've chosen. It's a latex enamel, and it should really hold up well. Boy, this brick color looks great against the green. And I'd say that this bookcase is just about ready for the books. Well, how about that? It works. It actually holds the books. Now, I hope that with the help of this videotape and the measured drawing, you'll be able to build one just like this.
If you've enjoyed this new Yankee project, you may want to try some of the others. There are projects meant for the workshop, the garden, the kitchen, and many more. So whether you're a fan of Shaker style, or colonial, arts and crafts, or Chippendale, there may be a Norm project you'd like to build. Whether it's a clock or a gazebo, a picnic bench or a Windsor chair, a child's toy, or a sailboat. Visit the New Yankee website at www.newyankee.com for a complete listing.
Hi, I'm Norm Abram. Welcome to the New Yankee Workshop, where today's project is this chest of drawers, inspired by ones we saw at the Hancock Shaker Village. That's coming up next, right here on the New Yankee Workshop.
The New Yankee Workshop features the craftsmanship of Norm Abram.
This is the Hancock Shaker Village, where for 170 years, a religious order of 300 people live the communal life, working and farming the land, and creating some of the most remarkable furniture I've ever seen. And back in that 5-story building, appropriately called the brick dwelling, is where they took their meals and slept. The rooms are immaculate. It's almost like they haven't even left. Come on. Well, after a hard day's work out here at the Hancock Shaker Village, the brothers and sisters would retire to this level. The brothers coming up this staircase and staying on this side of the hallway, and the sisters coming up this staircase and staying on this side of the hallway. Now, there were several retiring rooms up on this floor. This one was set up for 4 brothers, and I'd like to read you one of the rules. All should retire to rest in the fear of God, without any playing or boisterous laughing. And the thing I like the most, and lie straight. Let's take a look inside. In almost every room in this building, you'll find one of these, a little wood stove. And I'm sure that was a welcome amenity on those cold winter nights here in western Massachusetts, especially before you had to jump into bed. Boy, in a bed that doesn't feel very comfortable to me. But you have to remember, these people worked very hard during the day. And when it was time for them to sack out, I guess they didn't need as much comfort as we demand. And look over here, a classic, a shaker box, oval-shaped and made from very thin pieces of wood. But it's sitting on a beautiful chest of drawers. The top, pumpkin pine, full width, a 24-inch board. And the side, too, another full-width board. Very nicely proportioned. Look at the front of it. 2 small drawers at the top, and then the full-width drawers get wider and wider as we move down. And here's something I've never seen before. 2 more smaller drawers down at the bottom. And they went even one step further. They suspended another drawer under the base. Boy. Now look at this base. It's a separate unit, really, that the whole chest sits on. And the corners have been dovetailed. And that's for beauty as well as strength. Let's see if they did the dovetails to the drawers. Sure enough, all beautifully hand-cut dovetails, a sign of true craftsmanship. Also note that on the front of the drawer, there's a little lip here, a rounded edge, the only decorative detail. The Shakers really didn't believe in much decoration. Really, function was the important thing to them. Each drawer has a lip on the sides and the top, but not on the bottom. And let's take a look inside. Fairly simple, a wooden frame for the drawer to slide on, and that's been let into these sideboards. And I'm sure dado has been chiseled in there, stopping just short of this front so that you get this kind of joint. I think there's a lot of good ideas in this chest, so maybe I should take some measurements. Well, the materials that I need for my chest of drawers are several pieces of ponderosa pine, 1 by 12, 1 by 10, 1 by 8, and 1 by 6 in varying lengths, and a sheet of 1/4-inch Luan plywood, which will be for the drawer bottoms and the back of the chest of drawers. Now, the only difficult thing in building this chest of drawers is finding the half-inch stock for the drawer construction. The front's a 3/4 inch material, but the sides and the back are half-inch pine. Now, you might be able to find some at your home center already milled up, but it's very difficult to find. The shakers would be horrified, but you could substitute some half-inch plywood. The only problem with plywood is that sometimes it might have some voids in it. And if you want to not get into that problem, you're going to have to spend a little bit more money and buy cabinet-grade plywood, which doesn't have voids, and several more laminations. The other alternative is to rip the stock on your table saw. Now, even here, this is one of my pieces for the drawer. If I make one pass with the blade at maximum height, it'll cut this much. And on the second pass, it'll cut this much, which means I have a whole area that I can't rip down to half-inch. So that means I'd have to rip smaller pieces and somehow glue them up. But here in the shop, I've got a surface planer. Now, this machine does two things. It'll smooth the surface of a board as well as reduce its thickness. So I'm going to take some 3/4 inch stock and by making several passes through the planer, reduce it to half-inch. Watch. First thing that I did to start my chest of drawers was to glue up some stock for the sides and for the top. And unlike the drawers where I wanted single pieces, for the top I want to use several pieces, and in this case 4 boards glued together. And believe it or not, this is going to give me more stability and strength. And over here I have 2 pieces that have been glued up for the sides of the chest of drawers. And notice how I've alternated the grain for that greater stability. Now, the first thing that I'm actually going to build are the drawer frames. And that's these pieces on which the drawers ride. And if you were to take one out of the chest, you would see that it's assembled with just a simple tongue and groove construction. I'll start out by making the tongue in the long pieces. And I've set up the table saw with a dado blade, which can be adjusted for varying widths. It's 2 blades. And I've set it up so it'll be exactly in the center of this piece of stock, 1/4 inch wide, and we'll cut a half-inch depth. To join the short pieces to the long pieces, I need to make a tongue that fits into the groove like this. Now, to do that, I've changed the setup on the saw a little bit. I've widened the dado head cutter to take a wider path, and I've put a gauge block on because I'm using the rip fence in combination with the T-square, and I don't want any kickback or bind up. And by running each piece through and flipping it, I'll get a tongue. Now it's just a matter of putting some glue on each of the joints, sticking them together. And you know, because I'm building 5 of these frames, and I want them to all come out exactly the same, it's worth building a little jig for assembly. And you can see I just took a scrap piece of plywood here and screwed some cleats on, so that I ended up with a perfect 90-degree angle here. And I know that when I lay each piece in the frame, each frame into the jig, that it'll be perfectly square. And I just secure each joint with a little brad until the glue dries up. Now, to join the frames to the side of my drawer case, I'm going to use a couple different types of joints. This is called a rabbet joint, and I'll use this at the top and the bottom of the case. And for the intermediate frames, I'll use what's called a dado joint. Now, notice how I've stopped removing material about 3/4 inch from the front of the side. And that's because I want this nice, clean butt joint type of look rather than having the dado show through the end of the piece of wood. Now, I'll do that on the table saw with the dado head set in place and a piece of wood here to protect the blade from the metal fence. And I've put two marks here which are indicators which will show me where to start and stop so that I'll get that 3/4 inch remaining on the front of the piece. Okay, one final rabbet in the side pieces, 3/8 by 3/8, and I'll show you what that's for. We want to be able to recess the plywood in the back of the cabinet, and that'll allow us to set that in. Now, there's one more thing that has to be done to these side pieces. All the rabbets and dados that we've made have to be chiseled out so that they're square, and I'll just do that with an ordinary chisel. Well, one final operation while I've still got the dado set up in the saw is to make this notch. And that allows me to put the frames in behind the blind dado pocket, like that. So now a little bit of glue, some nails, and we can start to see what this chest of drawers is going to look like. Now, the glue is really what holds this together. You want to think of these nails as just little miniature clamps. Before I glue the back on, I'm going to check the diagonal measurements. And since these are equal, I know the case is square. And now I can nail my plywood in place. Now, this little piece of wood separates the two top drawers. And speaking of drawers, we're ready for some drawer construction. I want to show you a little detail on all the drawers in our chest. On the front piece of the drawer, there's a lip, so that when the drawer is set in the case, it fits right up against the frame, like that. And to do that, I use my table saw again, with the dado head set in place, and I'll do each end and the top of each drawer front. Let's take another look at our drawer construction. You notice that the sides are connected to the front with this dovetail joinery. And this is not only aesthetic, but also serves a purpose of holding the drawer together. An ordinary joint, constant pulling of the drawer would fall apart. But with these wedge shapes of the dovetail, there's no way that that's ever going to pull apart. It'll last forever. Of course, in the old days, those were cut with a chisel and hand saws. But today in the shop, I can cut the same dovetail in a few seconds with a router. The router has a carbide tip dovetailing bit and this little collar right here, which will ride in my dovetailing jig. Now, I've installed the side of my drawer and the front of my drawer, and if I follow the instructions correctly for my template, I'll get a perfect dovetail every time. Okay, now the instructions call for me to remove the side piece, make an adjustment to the top gauge, and make another pass on that front piece. Okay, now we can unclamp the whole thing and see how it fits together. Perfect. Now let's take a look at how the sides are joined to the back of the cabinet. Just a simple dado joint with a little glue and some nails. And I'll do the dado joint right here over on the table saw with the gauge block and the dado head, being careful to take my side pieces with the dovetails, this being the outside, this being the inside of the drawer, placing the inside down and making my groove. And now for the last dado of the day, this one right here. And that helps support our plywood bottom for the drawer. Now I'll do that to both sides and the front. Now I've got my router table set up here with the router mounted underneath and a 1/4" rounding over bit. And I'm going to round over all 4 edges of my drawer front, being sure to do the edge grain first to minimize chipping on a finished edge. Now that is never going to come apart. And now our plywood bottom, which just slides into the 1/4" dados and doesn't get any glue, just sits in there loose. Now the back does get glued and nailed together. Okay, now I'll check the drawer for square by taking diagonal measurements. And with those equal, I can secure the plywood to the back of the drawer. And notice that the plywood runs over the back of the drawer. Now our chest of drawers is supported by a base, and this does 2 things. It holds the drawer case up so the bottom drawer won't be right on the floor, and it's been carved out so it's easy to clean underneath it. Also on the corners we use the dovetail construction not only for strength but for beauty. Now I'll do the dovetailing for my base, again with the dovetail template, and I want the dovetail joints to show on the front of my base, so I've positioned the pieces differently than we did with on the drawer. This is now the front and this is the side. All right, with the base loosely assembled, I'm ready to lay out for the cutouts. And I made a template so that they'll all match. Now on the side, it's just a simple matter of marking from each edge as they intersect in the middle. But on the front, I'll have to mark the arc on each side. And then I'll connect the 2 points together using a straight edge. Frankly, it's quite a luxury to have a bandsaw like this in the shop, but it sure does a great job. With the assembly together and sanded. I'm ready to put these cleats down, which will actually support the drawer case. Now this little molding detail is done with the router table fitted with a coving bit. Okay, a little bit of glue, and I'm ready to fasten the base to the bottom of the drawer case, and I'll do that with just a few screws. Now this bothers me right here. This is the back of the base, and this is a little fragile standing on its own. So I'm going to put these angle blocks in here to help support it, and they won't be seen from the front of the chest of drawers. One of the last things I have to do is cut my top to size. And I'm going to use my homemade panel cutter, which is nothing more than a big T-square. Okay, I've pre-drilled some holes to fasten the top, and in the center it's just a regular hole. But in the front and the back I've got a slot, and that'll allow the top to expand and contract with changes in humidity. So now at the top, flush with the back of the case and overhanging the sides about an inch, I'm ready to fasten it down with some regular screws. Well, I think that adds a nice little touch to our top, don't you? And I did that with my router and a 1/2-inch beating bit. Now it's some time for some fine sanding, and we'll be ready to put some finish on it. Okay, first thing I want to do to my chest of drawers is protect some of the wood from humidity, like the bottom of the top, the drawer frames, as well as the inside of the drawers and the outside of the drawers, all the areas that are not really for display. And to do that, I'm just going to use a clear sealer. Well, before I do any staining of a project, I want to make up some samples, and that's what I did here. I took a piece of pine that's similar to the material that the case was built out of. And on this side, I put some stain just on the raw pine, untreated. And you can see how dark and blotchy it is. But over on this side, I prepared the wood first by using a pre-stained sealer. And then I put the stain on, and you can see the effect. It's a much more uniform staining job, and that's the color I want. So the next step is to put the pre-stained sealer on all the display surfaces. Well, the color of the stain that I've chosen for the chest of drawers is sort of a honey maple. And I can put it on with either a brush or a rag. I'm using a brush here, just giving it a nice even coat. And depending on how long I leave this sit on here and how much I rub it when I take off the excess will really determine the final color. Well, you may remember that this chest had a couple different colors of pine. The top was kind of a reddish pine, and the sides were kind of a white pine. Now that I've been able to even up those two colors with my stain, I want to make sure that I don't rub too much of it off so I lose that consistency. Well, now that my stain has dried, I'm putting on a sanding sealer. And this will dry quickly, and hopefully it won't pick up too much dust. And this will provide me with the perfect foundation for my final coats of polyurethane. Well, after the sanding sealer dried, I took all the pieces back over in the other shop and gave them a light sanding with this 320 grit wet dry sandpaper. And it's remarkable how smooth the surface has become. The only problem is the sanding leaves a little bit of residue on the piece. So I'm going to clean that up using a tack cloth. And what it is really just a piece of cheesecloth with some sticky stuff on it, and as you can see, it picks up all that light white dust. And now I'm ready to put the first coat of satin finish polyurethane. Well, after a final sanding, I'm ready for the last coat of polyurethane, which is going to give me a durable, attractive finish for many years. With the finishes applied, this project is complete, ready for many years of good use. And I hope that with the help of this videotape and the measured drawing that you'll be able to build one of these too. Now here are some of the other new Yankee projects that you can build right in your own home workshop. Here's a workbench, a useful item in any shop. This is a drop leaf table, a classic addition to any home. Here is a blanket chest, a wonderful heirloom piece to build and have. The bedside table is shaker inspired and a popular piece. Take a look at the bathroom vanity. Its design draws on the dry sinks of the past. This handsome trestle table is patterned after one found on the island of Nantucket. The bookcase, a revival of an old beauty found at Sturbridge Village. The chest of drawers is a traditional piece based on a shaker design. Look at the candle stand with its beautifully turned center column and gently curving legs. Here is a hutch, an indispensable item in any kitchen or dining room. My writing desk is made of maple with a smooth writing surface and lots of useful storage compartments. The corner cupboard makes good use of those often unused areas in your home. Here's a medicine cabinet made from oak and featuring box joints. And there it is, the new Yankee collection.
Norm Abram is the author of the book, The New Yankee Workshop, which is available in bookstores and libraries nationwide.
Hi, I'm Norm Abram, and here's today's project, an elegant cherry candle stand. Not long ago, we took a visit to the Hancock Shaker Village where we saw an original. That's coming up next, right here on the new Yankee Workshop.
The New Yankee Workshop features the craftsmanship of Norm Abram.
Well, for a power tool junkie like me, being in a woodworking shop that's been in existence since 1790 is like being in heaven. Look at this equipment. All the pieces were driven by belts and pulleys, and the main source of power was a big water wheel. We have here a 6-foot joiner built in Lebanon, New Hampshire. And over here, probably one of the earliest table saws. It has an adjustable fence feature and a table that slides so you can push the stock through the blade. And talk about engineering. Even with wood, they figured out a way to raise and lower the table to adjust the height of the blade. And back over here, some kind of surfacing machine. This heavy wheel would spin around, again driven by the pulleys and belts, and this little cutter would surface the wood, sort of giving it a rotary effect. And speaking of wood, look at over here. A pine board that's over 24 inches wide. I'm sure it was cut from a native pine stand right around the corner. Boy, can you imagine standing next to the tree that this board came out of? And it's still perfectly flat. Along with all the other water-driven tools, we found this lathe. And it had an additional feature, a series of belts that you could move around to adjust the speed that the stock would spin. Of course, the stock fits in between here, and over here is the tool rest for using all the cutting tools. And the amazing thing is, it's all built out of wood. And over here, probably one of the earliest scroll saws. Again, driven by belts on a wheel that would turn, moving this wooden stick up and down to operate the blade. Now, using this scroll saw and the lathe, you might be able to turn out a piece like this, the classic shaker candle stand. This one has a round top, made of cherry, with a nice turning down the middle, and these very delicate legs. You know, I'd really like to get all the equipment and belts whirring in this shop and make this table. But they tell me that the source of water, the pipes that come in here, are all rotted out. So I guess it's back to the new Yankee workshop. Well, remember I told you I was a power tool junkie. So when I came back to the shop, the challenge for me was to figure out a way to build this piece almost entirely with power tools. And I think I found a way to do it. In fact, the only hand tool I used was my utility knife. Now I'm going to get started by working on the top. And if you look at the edge here, you can see it's only about a ½ inch thick. And that's real important to the look of this piece. So I headed down to my hardwood outlet to try to find some ½ inch cherry. And all he had was 3/4 inch and thicker. Now for a price, he could have planed it down a ½ inch. But since I have a thickness planer here at the shop, I'm going to do it myself. Now the thickness planer is just a wheel with a couple cutters that turn at a high rate of speed, and then there's another motor that drives a couple rubber wheels which feed it through. Now the idea is not to take off a 1/4 inch in one pass. About a 1/16 at a time, flipping the board over until we get to ½ inch. Well, now I just cut the cherry into 3 pieces, 19 inches long. Now I want to glue these boards up with a little bit of yellow glue. I want to put them in my pipe clamps and just enough pressure to hold them together and not squeeze all the glue out. Now another thing I pay attention to when I do the glue up is the growth rings. And if I wet this a little, I guess you'll see it better. You can see here the growth rings are down, the natural curve of the tree. And here it's up. And here it's down. And by doing that, it adds stability to the top and will minimize any warping. Now I guess I'll just set this aside to dry. Well, while that top dries, I think I'm going to turn my attention to the center column. Now, while I was out at the Hancock Shaker Village, I took some measurements of different diameters, like this section at the top, where it gets narrower, and at several points all the way down the column, as well as some height measurements from the bottom to this little ridge and to up here. Now, with all those measurements, I'm able to get a profile of the column. And I've taken a piece of hardboard, which has some white contact paper on the other side with a 1-inch grid, and transferred all those measurements to give me a profile of the column. And now I just have to take that over to my bandsaw and cut it out. Well, now that cleans up those edges pretty good, making them nice and smooth. And now I have a pretty good cross-section of that column. And I'll show you what I'm going to do with it. Now, here's the piece of cherry I'm going to use for that center column. It's about 3 inches square, and I've drawn a circle on the end of it showing me the maximum diameter of any point of the turning. Now, I'm going to knock these corners off, and that'll save me some time when I get to the lathe. I'm just going to use my bandsaw. Well, now we're ready to do some turning. And I've put this duplicating attachment on top of the lathe, and here's that template that I was making. And the template is perfectly aligned with the lathe. And with this tool, which slides on a perfectly flat base, I use the top, which is a nylon follower, to go along my template, and the bottom, which is a cutter, to remove the stock. And I'll get an exact copy each time. It's much like the key machine that you see at the hardware store. Well, that's nice and smooth now after a sanding, and now I'm ready to cut it to length. Okay, well, with my column cut to length, I'm ready to start working on the legs. Now, they're going to come out of 3/4 inch stock, and I've made a template just like the one for the turning so that I can make all the legs the same and trace the outline on the piece of wood. And now I'm ready to cut those out using my bandsaw. Now, this drum sander attachment on my drill press does a good job smoothing out any of the imperfections left by the bandsaw. Well, the only difficult thing about making this table is attaching the legs to the column. Now, you could use dowels or you could use a mortise tenon joint, but the Shakers used a dovetail joint. Now, it's easy to make the dovetail in the leg, but it's a little more difficult to cut it into the center column. Now, before I do anything, though, I'm going to lay out that center column for the 3 legs. Now, we have a 360-degree circle, so that means each leg is going to be at 120 degrees. So I've made this little block just to make it easier to do all this layout. And you just mark one, spin it around, and then mark the other one. So now I have the 3 layout lines for the legs. Now, to cut the dovetails, I needed a jig, so I made a little box, 3 sides and capped off on one end. And I've added a little shim so that when I place my column in this box, it's not going to rock. It's going to sit flat on the bottom. Now, with it set in place like that, I'm going to add 2 more small shims just to center it side to side, and I'll spin it until I line up that leg layout line with the little line that you see on the outside of the box. Now, I'll pre-drill some holes in the end for some screws to keep this column from spinning while I mill it. Now I'm just going to put a couple shims up at this end to hold the column straight at this end of the box and hold those in place with a couple clamps. Now, to cut the dovetails in the column, I'm going to use my router with a guide fence. And the dovetail bit is 3/4 inch wide, and that's a little bit too much material to remove in one pass. So I'm going to start out with a 3/8 inch straight slot bit. Now the router base just sits on top of the jig, and the fence sits up against one side. Now plow a groove in and stop just a little bit short of this lip. Of course, the bit's not going to hit the end of the box because I already have a slot in here. Well, now I can replace this straight cutter with the dovetail bit, and that should make it a lot easier to cut. Notice I'm in no hurry to pull the router back out. You have to slide it through the dovetail, because if I lift it up, I'm just going to make a big hole. And now I'm ready to make the other two dovetails. Now what I have to do next is make a matching dovetail in each leg to fit into the column. And what I like to do is make a sample in a piece of pine first. And here you can see the dovetail. And we'll try it for fit in the column. And that's a little bit snug, but I think it'll be okay with the cherry. Now I'll make that dovetail using my router table. And what I have to do is take each leg and make 2 passes, run it through, turn it around, and do one on the other side. Now you'll notice that after making those cuts on the leg that I have a square shoulder here on that dovetail, but my column is round. So I'm going to have to back cut that just a little bit so it'll fit around the column. That's where that hand tool comes in. Okay, now here's my leg, and what I've done is clamped a steel square right flush with that shoulder cut. And now by using my utility knife, I'm going to back cut it using the square as a guide for the blade. And by making several passes, I'll get that back cut that I need. Okay, now what I've done is just removed a little bit of that dovetail, because in the column I stopped the dovetail cut a little bit short of this ledge, and I want the leg to fit tightly there, so I have to knock a little bit of that off. Well, now I'm going to set this little pad down on my bench, and I'm going to use that to hold my pieces while I route them. And it looks like ordinary carpet underlayment, but they tell me it's something special, and it does hold small pieces very well, and so I don't need any clamps to hold it while I route it. And I want to use a 1/4 inch rounding over bit, and I want to round over the top edges of each leg. Well, now we're ready for a little bit of assembly. These legs just need a little bit of yellow glue on each side of the dovetail. Spread that out with a brush. And just slide it in to the slot. Maybe just a little gentle persuasion from a rubber mallet. Well, there's really no need to clamp any of this, because the glue and the tight fit of the dovetail joints is really all you need. There. Now on the one we saw at Hancock, there was a little metal plate that went on the bottom of this. But I don't think we need it. These dovetails are pretty tight. Now, another thing you want to make sure is if there's any glue that's spilled out or squeezed out, clean it with a damp sponge, or else the the finish won't be able to settle into the wood. Now let's look at the prototype again. I'm going to turn upside down, and you see there's a cleat that holds the top. It sits on the center column, and it's screwed to the top, and that helps the top become more stable. Now to make that cleat, I'm going to start out with a piece of wood a little bit longer than I need. And you see these edges are curved a little bit. So what I want to do first is find the exact center of this piece, and that's best done by just using a straight edge and going from corner to corner. Now, after I get that center point, I'm just going to take a screw and partially drive it in to sort of give me like a pilot hole. I'm going to take that back out again and go over to my bandsaw where I have yet another jig. What I've done is put a cleat of wood in here. It's just wedged in between the fence of the bandsaw. And I've established this point. It says cleat pivot. So think of this as the column center, and this is half the length of the cleat. So now with a screw through that hole, I'm going to secure my piece of wood on there. Just enough to hold it. Yet still be able to spin it, and watch how well this works. There's one end. And there's the other. Now let's look at the brace on the prototype again. Instead of just leaving the wood a full 3/4 of an inch thick, I want to taper down the edges, give it a nice gradual taper so that the corners will be a little bit thinner. And to do that, I'm going to use my vertical belt sander. Well, now what I need is a hole right in the center where the column is going to attach to the brace. And for that, I just put a 1-inch bit in my drill press. Okay, now I can glue this to the top of the column. Just a little bit of yellow glue again on this little dowel. Spread that out. Now this just sits right up on top of there like this. And I'll put a little block over it. And a bar clamp with just a little bit of pressure while the glue dries. And I think we'll start working on that top. Well, now that the glue is completely dry on my top blank, I can unclamp it. Now I want to just scrape off the little beads of glue that squeeze through. And to do that, I'm just going to use an ordinary paint scraper. Okay, with all that glue scraped, now I'm going to take it over to my table saw and rip it to 18 inches. Well, now I want to square up and cross-cut the blank. I'm going to use my panel cutter. You've seen me use it before. It's just a piece of plywood with a cleat screwed on it. And underneath there's a piece of hardwood that rides in the standard slot of the table saw. And it just makes cross-cutting pieces like this much easier. Now with one edge squared, I don't need the panel cutter anymore, and I'll just cross-cut that to 18 inches. Well, now I've got a line that's in the center of the blank, but it's perpendicular to the grain. And now I'll take the top over to the bandsaw and again use this jig. Now there's another hole that's a little bit further out from that cleat hole I used, and that's because the top is a little bit larger. And I'm going to use that in a pivot much the same way I did with the cleat, except this time I'm going to just butt my blank lightly up against the blade, and now I want to drive a screw in that line. Okay, and now, by pivoting it on that screw, I'll get a perfect circle. I'm going to set my magic pad back down and put the circle on it, the top. And I want to chamfer the bottom edge of the top. And to do that, I'm just going to use a chamfering bit in my router. Well, now we sand it, and we sand it again until it's perfectly smooth. Well, now I'm ready to attach the cleat and the base to the top. And I've put a couple little tiny pencil marks here so I can line it up. And then I've laid out some marks for some screws, and I'm just going to pre-drill those first. Well, that's not going anywhere. And now this piece is ready for some finish. Now for my cherry candle stand, I've chosen a Danish oil finish. And I'm just applying that with a rag. And after about 15 minutes, I'll reapply more oil as necessary, and then I'll wipe the whole thing down in about half an hour. Well, that takes care of any excess. I'll let it dry overnight and give it another coat tomorrow. Now, with 3 coats of oil thoroughly soaked into the wood, on this 4th coat, I'm going to use some 600 grit wet dry sandpaper to rub it in. And this will give it just a little bit of luster. Well, I think that this candle stand turned out beautifully. And I hope that with the help of this videotape and the measured drawing, that you'll be able to build one of these.
Norm Abram is the author of the book, The New Yankee Workshop, which is available in bookstores and libraries nationwide.
Hi, I'm Norm Abram, and this is the New Yankee Workshop, where today we're going to build this hutch, an indispensable item in the old colonial kitchens, as we found out in a recent visit to Old Sturbridge Village. That's next, right here on the New Yankee Workshop.
The New Yankee Workshop features the craftsmanship of Norm Abram.
Well, here we are at the kitchen of the Fitch House at Old Sturbridge Village. And what are we preparing here?
Applesauce.
And it smells good. Now, on the other side of this ironing table is the piece I want you to see. It's a cupboard. I've been reminded not to call it a hutch. Back in those days, a hutch meant a rabbit's house. But it's beautifully made from wide pine boards. And down below, note there are no drawers, just a door. And the area behind was probably used to store foodstuffs or cooking utensils. But up above, the open area, the display area for the plates. Look over here, they've carved a groove in the shelf to keep the plates from sliding off. And up at the top, an intricately cut valance. I think there's a lot we can learn from a piece like this. Well, now here's our version of that indispensable piece of early American furniture, the hutch. It's really nothing more than a modified chest of drawers, with the addition of some raised panel doors down below. And up above, we have this fixed shelf section with a nice crown molding detail to cap it off. Now, one thing you might notice is that I've built this piece with what we commonly call #2 pine. It has knots, and I think it'll look really nice when it's finished. And the good news is that the #2 pine is about 1/3 the price of nice clear pine. Now, the first thing we're going to build is this base cabinet. And let's take a look at it. There's a bottom shelf, an intermediate shelf, and then these drawers are held in place by a frame that they ride on. Now let's take a look underneath. Now the sides and the top are held together by yet another frame. And the first thing I want to do is build these two frames. Here are the pieces I need to make the top frame. And I'm going to join the pieces together using this tongue and groove joint. I want to do the groove first in the long pieces, and I've set up the table saw with a dado head cutter. And that's really nothing more than two blades set at an angle to one another to plow out varying width grooves. That takes care of the grooves. Now I'm ready for the tongue. I've made a couple adjustments. I've widened the width of the dado cutter, and I've added this guide block, which precisely locates the length of the tongues. The frame that the drawers ride on is built exactly like the top frame. It's put together with the tongue and groove joints, and I've added two more pieces in the middle for the drawers to ride on. All the joints will be assembled using yellow carpenter's glue. Okay, with it set in place, I'll secure it with a little brad. Before the glue sets up, I'm going to check the frame for square. And when the two diagonal measurements are equal, I know I'm all set. Now, I don't have to clamp these because the brads will hold them in place. Now, the drawer, if you notice, as you pull it out, it doesn't tip down. And that's because I've added a little cleat underneath here, and that's fastened to the same frame. And here they are. There's three of them. And they get secured in place with some wood screws. The sides of the hutch have been made from two boards which have been glued together. After all, we can't buy 16.5-inch boards anymore. And there's a nice fancy cutout down here at the bottom. Now, if you look down the other end of the cabinet on the inside, you'll see that I've dadoed the sides to support the shelves and those frames we've been working on. Now, here's the pieces with the layout lines for the dados. And I'll take them over to the table saw, which has the dado head set up at the right width and depth. Well, that takes care of the dados for our bottom shelf, the middle shelf, and for the drawer frame. But for the top frame, I need a rabbet joint because the frame will sit flush with the top of the side panel. Let's take a look behind our hutch. The base cabinet has a plywood backing, 1/4-inch plywood, which is recessed in a rabbet made in the side panel. With the dado head still in, I've just readjusted the fence to make this rabbet. Well, there's no better time than now to cut out this decorative detail in the side panel. Well, now it's just a matter of assembling the various parts. A little bit of yellow carpenter's glue, and the first thing I'm going to put in is this bottom shelf. And it's just 3/4-inch plywood. And I'll hold the shelf in place by toe-nailing some 4-penny finish nails in from the bottom. And now the middle shelf, which is just another piece of 3/4-inch plywood. And now the drawer frame. With this assembly sitting on the floor, which will make it easier to put this other side on, I've had to put all the glue in all 3 dados because I have to do all 3 shelves at one time. So I'll carefully slip it together and nail it up. The top frame is held in place with some glue and some 5-penny box nails. And I can use the box nails here because they won't show when it's all finished. Some more glue, and now the back is ready to go on. This 1/4-inch plywood, I'll just set it down and put a couple nails along the top edge. Okay, now by checking the diagonals, we'll see if it's square. That looks pretty good. So now I'll just nail this corner, and then I can finish by nailing about every 6 inches along the perimeter and the intermediate frames and shelf. The face frame is a very important element in this design. The vertical members help support the cabinet. They also give us a place to hang the doors. And the combination of horizontal and vertical give us our drawer openings. Now, all the joints are what we call half-lap joints. And I'll show you a little sample over here. Simply half the material is removed, and they just lap over one another. And I've moved my dado head from the table saw to the radial arm to do that job. Well, that should take care of the half-laps. See how this one fits on. That's good. Now, of course, I'm going to glue these joints together, and I'm going to fasten them with these little 1/2-inch screws. I'm going to have to do that from the back side. But before I can drive any screws, I'm going to have to drill a counterbore so that I don't take a chance of splitting any of the pieces of wood. Well, that takes care of the face frame, but before I can put it on the cabinet, I want to cover up the edge of this plywood shelf with this piece of pine, and I'll just glue and nail that in place. Now the face frame can go on with some glue and finish nails. Now, in order to prevent the drawers from wandering from side to side as they go in, I've added some cleats between the drawers and on the end. And I just fasten those in place with some drywall screws. Well, here's my top, a couple boards that I glued up and let set overnight. And the first thing that I'm going to do is scrape off this excess glue and sand it down. Now I need to rip the top to width, and that'll be 18 1/4. Now I have to square up and cut the top to length. And to do that, I'm going to use this big homemade T-square, which just rides in the guide of the saw. And the first thing I'm going to do is square up one end. Okay, now I'm ready to cut it to length, and I want it to be 55.5 inches long. The best way to fasten the top is just to use a few drywall screws. Well, the next thing I want to do is put this nice detail along the top. And to do that, I'm going to use this 1/4-inch Roman ogee bit. Not Roman orgy, Roman ogee. And I've put it in the router, and because I'm taking off so much wood, I'm going to do it in 2 passes, and I'm all ready for the first. All right, with it adjusted to the final depth, I'll make the second pass. Well, I think that's enough for today. Tomorrow, we'll build the top unit, put on this crown molding, and build these drawers and the raised panel door. Well, I got started this morning by milling up some of the pieces for the top of our hutch. And this is one of the side pieces, and it's been dadoed at the top for the top piece, and then there's 2 more dados for the shelves. And also there's a rabbet on the back of the sides, and that's to put the beadboard in, which will be the backing for the cabinet. And that's something that I picked up at the local lumber yard. It's tongued and grooved, and it has this bead in the middle. It's like the old wainscoting that you see in a lot of old buildings. Now there's one more thing I have to do before I can assemble the case, and that's put this groove right here. And that's so we can set some plates up there so they won't slip off. Now, I've clamped a piece of one of the shelves in the bench vise, and I'm going to route it out using a 1/4-inch veining bit set up in my router. Okay, that takes care of the assembly of the sides and the shelves. They're put together with some glue and nails. And the next thing I want to do is build this face frame. And this was built just like the one I made for the bottom of the hutch. Here's the top piece, which has been half lapped. And here's the side piece, and those fit over like this, and they'll be glued and fastened together with some screws. Next, let's make this molding that runs along the sides and the back of the cabinet. And I'm going to use the same cutter that I used to make this edge on the top. I've got it set up in my router table, and it's ready to go. Well, with the upper part of my hutch set upside down on the floor, I'm ready to fit this piece of molding right here. I have a short piece which is mitered on each end. I just turn that around and butt the mitered end up against the face frame, and then mark the length on this edge. Then I'll just turn it around, end for end, and butt it against this face frame, giving me the length of the other piece. I'll cut these over here on my miter box, which is already set at a 90-degree angle. Where the sides meet this back molding, I like to fasten it together with some screws. No one will see the screws, and it's a much stronger joint. This hutch is so heavy that you'd never want to build it as just one solid piece. So I've put a few dowels along the bottom of the top piece, and that'll align it with the base, yet make it removable and still secure. These marks will precisely locate where I have to drill my holes in the base. And the beadboard just gets fastened with a few more drywall screws. Okay, let's turn our attention to this molding detail. It looks complicated, but it's really not that bad. The first thing I want to do is make this 1x3 band. And I've got one underway over at the workbench. Now the corners are put together with some little glue blocks and screws. And what this does is just helps to reinforce the joint. Now you'll also notice that I've held these little blocks up about 1/4 inch, as well as this center block. And that's so that when I put this assembly on the top frame, it'll lap down onto the face frame 1/4 inch. And this assembly is held in place with a couple screws. Next, I'll put a line on that band about 3/4 inch down from the top edge. Next, I want to make this little backer block right here, which is beveled at 40 degrees to match this molding. Now these pieces get glued and screwed just below that line I put on. Cutting crown molding is definitely a challenge. What I like to do is simulate what's happening in the field back here in my miter box. So the back fence would relate to this piece, and the table of the miter box would be this piece right here. Also, I've added another piece of wood in this position, which holds the molding in the right place so it won't slide out, and that's clamped right to the table of the miter box. So to cut a piece of molding, I just slide it into place, and I'll make all my miters and fits and be ready to nail it up. Okay, a little bit of glue on the corner joint of the molding, and before I put that up there, you can see how important this bevel strip is, because that's what I use to fasten all the moldings. The molding by itself is pretty rigid, but a careless person handling it might cause some damage. So I'm just going to put these little glue blocks in to reinforce it. All right, that looks pretty good. Now I'm ready to turn my attention to the drawers and doors. I'll make the doors first, and I want to make a raised panel door. And over here on the workbench, I'll show you the different elements. There's 2 stiles and a top and bottom rail. And then there's 2 pieces of wood that have been glued up about 13 inches wide, forming a raised panel. Now the stiles and rails will be grooved, and they'll help secure the panel in place. The rails are grooved all the way across, but the stiles, I have to stop them a little bit short of the end, because I don't want that groove to show through at the top edge. And I'll do that right here on the router table. I've put a couple indicator marks on so I know where to drop the piece on and to take it out. Watch. I'll make my raised panel right here at the radial arm. There's a molding head in here with 3 cutters installed in it, which cut the profile of a raised panel, and it sure makes the job easy. Well, I have a really neat way for putting these door frames together. No fancy joinery here, just butt joints, a little bit of glue, a blind screw pocket, and 1 little screw in each corner. Now the blind screw pocket is made with this little jig that I bought at the store, and what it does is it directs the drill at a 15-degree angle. And I have a piece of tape here to tell me where to stop. Well, now it's just a matter of rounding over all four edges of the door with a 3/8 rounding over bit. The doors also have a rabbet on the back side on all four edges, and that's so that they'll just overlay the face frame. And I'll do that over here on the router table, which is set up with a 3/8 inch rabbeting bit. Well, that does it for the doors. Now let's start working on those drawers. The first thing I want to do is work on the drawer front, and that's been rabbeted on the back side on all four edges. And I'll do that over on the router table with exactly the same setup I just used on the doors. What I have here is a dovetailing jig, and this combined with my router allows me to make dovetail joints like this. A perfect choice for drawer fronts. Now what I've done is mounted one of my rabbeted drawer fronts in the top and one of the sides right here. And following the instructions, I should be able to get a perfect dovetail joint every time. Now the back of the drawer is joined to the side by a dado joint. And I'll do that over here on the table saw where it's all set up and ready to go. This groove right here in the side of the drawer will receive the plywood bottom. And I make that groove over here on the table saw with the dado head set up. The drawer front also needs a dado, which must align with the one in the side piece. And I've made an adjustment to the fence for that. The drawer front is rounded over and has a little lip on the edge. And I'll do that with the router table and a 1/4 inch rounding over bit. Well, let's assemble the drawer. Well, we're all set except for the hardware and the finish. Let's put the finish on first. Well, it takes a little bit of extra time, but the first thing that I like to do whenever I start finishing any of these projects is to put a coat of sealer even on the areas that I'm not going to see when it's all finished. It protects the wood from absorbing too much moisture, and it makes it easier to keep it clean. Well, for my hutch, I wanted sort of a pickled look, and that allows the grain and the knots to show through. The first thing I did was tried some white stain, and that really didn't give me the color I wanted. It's too light. So over here I used a white alkyd paint, and I just put it on with a brush, let it set a little bit, and then I'll wipe some of it off with a rag. And now after about 15 minutes, with a rag dampened with a little bit of mineral spirits, I can take off as much or as little as I want. Well, now that that thin coat of white has dried, I'm ready for a coat of clear sealer. And that sort of gives it a little bit of a green color, a pickled look, which is exactly what I want. Well, 2 coats of a satin finish urethane with a light sanding between each coat, and this piece is ready for any abuse that it might endure. Well, you know, I think this project turned out pretty well, and I'm sure it'll get many years of good use. I hope that with the help of this videotape and the measured drawing that you'll be able to build one of these too. Now here are some of the other New Yankee projects that you can build right in your own home workshop. Here's a workbench, a useful item in any shop. This is a drop leaf table, a classic addition to any home. Here is a blanket chest, a wonderful heirloom piece to build and have. The bedside table is shaker-inspired and a popular piece. Take a look at the bathroom vanity. Its design draws on the dry sinks of the past. This handsome trestle table is patterned after one found on the island of Nantucket. The bookcase, a revival of an old beauty found at Sturbridge Village. The chest of drawers is a traditional piece based on a shaker design. Look at the candle stand with its beautifully turned center column and gently curving legs. Here is a hutch, an indispensable item in any kitchen or dining room. My writing desk is made of maple with a smooth writing surface and lots of useful storage compartments. The corner cupboard makes good use of those often unused areas in your home. Here's a medicine cabinet made from oak and featuring box joints. And there it is, the New Yankee collection.
Norm Abram is the author of the book, The New Yankee Workshop, which is available in bookstores and libraries nationwide.
Hi, I'm Norm Abram. Welcome to the New Yankee Workshop, where today's project is this beautiful maple slant-top desk on frame. The design was inspired by one we found in a historic house not far from here. That's next, right here on the New Yankee Workshop.
The New Yankee Workshop features the craftsmanship of Norm Abram.
On the night of April 18th, 1775, 2 distinguished American patriots, Samuel Adams and John Hancock, had dinner in this very house. And then a little bit later, around midnight, they were interrupted by Paul Revere, who was riding up the street to tell them that the British were coming. That's part of the history of the Hancock-Clark House, now in the possession of the Lexington Historical Society and open to the public for viewing. And we're here today to look at one of their prized possessions, this slant-top desk on frame. And it's even thought that George Washington himself sat at this desk and did some work. It has divided compartments inside, and the writing surface closes to make the slant top. It's supported by these little arms which slide out, and there's one faux drawer and one operating drawer. And everything sits on this nicely turned frame, probably made from maple. I think this gives us some real good ideas for our slant-top desk on frame. When it came time to design our desk, I chose a slant front desk. And this is nice because I can close it up when it's not being used to hide anything from public scrutiny. Also, I chose maple, which is a good hard writing surface. And to make the desk elegant, I set it up on its own frame. Now the frame has 4 tapered legs, and I need to put a mortise in each leg to accept the rails. And I'll do that over here on the drill press. Now I've set up the drill press with a mortising attachment, which is really just a drill bit that fits inside a square chisel, so that as you pull down on the drill bit, a hole gets drilled, and then the chisel will remove the rest of the material. Now each leg has one straight corner, the outside corner, and then the other sides are slightly tapered. And what you have to remember is that the taper is on the mortise side of the leg. Now to make the taper, I'm going to use my tapering jig, which is just 2 pieces of wood with a hinge as a pivot. And then back on the other end, there's a little stop to put the wood up against, and an adjustable feature which really gives me an infinite number of tapers. Now I have to remember that the taper is not going to start right up at the top here. I want it to start about 4.5 inches down so I have a nice square surface for the rails to come into. Well, a little bit of sanding will help smooth up these surfaces and remove any burn marks caused by the ripping operation. The rails all have a tenon on each end which fits into the mortises of the leg. And if you look at the rail from the end, you see that the tenon is perfectly centered. And the first cut that I want to make is this shoulder cut right here. So I've set up a gauge block to give me the correct length of the tenon, and with the blade at the right height, I'm ready to go. With the gauge block in the same position and the blade raised to about 1/2 inch, I'm ready to make this shoulder cut and nibble away the rest of the material. Couple more adjustments, and now I'm ready to remove the rest of this material right here, this bottom section. A little yellow carpenter's glue on the tenon. We can assemble one of the corners here, the leg. Now I'll just set it in a pipe clamp and just gently squeeze it together. Now these holes are for some little dowels which will act as pins just to hold it all together. Well, a couple clamps to hold the side together, and I'm ready to dowel these legs. And you know, the clamps are really only there to hold everything in place while I set the dowel. Well, now I'll just use my belt sander to remove the excess dowel. Now, these little corner blocks are just made from 1x2, cut at a 45-degree angle. And what they do is make the base more stable, and they'll give me a place to fasten the desktop to later. Well, that takes care of the frame, and now I'm ready to start working on the desktop. And the first thing I want to do is make this pine frame, which not only supports the drawer, but is also part of this slide-out mechanism which holds the writing surface in place. Well, here are the pieces of pine for the frame, and they're just 1x3. And the first thing I want to do is put a groove down the inside edge of the 2 long pieces. And I've set up my table saw with the adjustable dado head cutter to be about 1/4 inch wide and 1/2 inch deep. Now the short end pieces have a tenon which fits into that groove, like that. Now I'll make these tenons over on the table saw where I've set up a gauge block and my adjustable dado head cutter. The frame is held together using a little bit of yellow carpenter's glue and some brads to hold the corners. Anyway, this panel cutter sure makes squaring up these big pieces easy. Now this piece of glued up maple, which I've just cut to length, is actually the same size as the pine frame that I made. And that's because it's actually the bottom shelf of the desk compartment. Now I'm ready to cut these side pieces, actually cut the angle on the side pieces, which I'll do over here on the radial arm saw, which is all set up at about a 40¼ degree angle. Didn't quite cut all the way through, so I'll just finish it with my back saw. If I wet this a little bit here, I think I can show you the next feature. The side panels have two dados, one at the top here for the bottom shelf, and one down here for the pine frame. Now the first one I'm going to do is for the shelf, and I've set up the table saw with the adjustable head dado cutter, and I'm ready to go. That takes care of the bottom dado. The next thing to do is to put a dado in this frame. And that'll accept this pine piece, which separates the shelf support from the drawer. And I've set up the dado head in the saw, and I'm all ready to go. Now with the desk set on its back, I want to show you another detail. In that separator piece, there's a slot, and that's for a screw to ride in, and that controls the distance that the shelf support comes out. The straight slot is made easily by doing a pass from each side using a 1/4" round nose bit. But now that screw has to be recessed so the head doesn't stick up. So I'm going to change to a tapered bit and put a little groove in there to recess that screw head. Now this whole assembly gets set in the groove of the pine frame. First a little glue, and then I'll secure it with some more drywall screws. Okay, that takes care of that sub-assembly. And now I want to start working on this top shelf. And I'm going to take this glued up blank that I have and put this bevel right here. And that lines up with this side slope. And if you remember, that's 40¼ degrees. And the table saw is all set up to do that. Now I want to just knock off this bottom corner like this. So I'll leave the blade at the same angle, and I've moved the fence just a little bit further away. Using one of the actual side pieces as a guide, I'll set the top shelf on it, aligning it with that bevel on the front and flush with the top. And I'll mark the exact width and rip it on the table saw. Well, I think we're off to a pretty good start. Tomorrow, I'll make the rabbet for this plywood back, and we'll get into this dovetailing. Well, good morning. I've got started on those rabbets, and this is the back edge of one of the side pieces. And note that I've stopped about 3/8 of an inch short of the top, and that's because I don't want the rabbit to show on the top edge of the desk. Now over here, I've set up my dovetailing jig. And this is the top piece, and this is one of the side pieces. And by following this plastic guide, using my router with a dovetail bit and a little collar, I'll get perfect dovetails every time. We'll assemble this thing and see how it fits. Okay, the bottom shelf goes in this dado. 2 dados on the other side. Okay, now the top, I'm not going to glue this yet or drive it in all the way. I just want to set it in place to make sure the case is properly aligned. Well, now I'm ready to start working on all these compartments. And these vertical pieces are set into dados at the bottom and at the top, much like these you see on the horizontal pieces. What I've done first is all the layout on the shelf, and using a nice straight edge, which is clamped in place so that the router can ride against it, I'll plow out each groove using a 1/2 inch mortising bit. That's good. Now at the top and bottom of all the vertical pieces, there's this little notch. And that's so I can conceal the end of the dado. And I just nibble those out on the table saw. And now I'm ready for some assembly. way you can never have enough clamps for a project like this. I'm going to let that set for a while the glue cures and turn my attention to this slant top, which is a series of boards glued together with breadboard edges. And these breadboard edges are going to help keep that top nice and flat. And the first thing that I want to do is put a groove in those edge pieces, and to do that I'm going to use my router with a 1/4-inch slot cutter. Okay, now I need to make a tongue on the end of these glued up boards. And I'll do that using the router with the same bit, except I have to adjust my base. Well, now I'm going to have to knock the corners of this tongue off so it'll fit in the groove. And to do that, I'm just going to use a saw and a chisel. Set this aside, and I think the glue is dry enough to take the clamps off this case and start working on the face frame. Well, there's nothing complicated about this little face frame. Just some strips of maple, a narrow piece on the top, a little bit wider one on the bottom, and these little pieces that'll cover the end grain of the separator piece. Now I'm just gluing and nailing these in place. Well, now for the lid support. Because I don't want to see the end grain on these pieces, I'm going to add this little T molding right here on the front of it. I'm going to make that first. Now a groove in the end of the support. This little notch in the support piece will stop against that piece I made earlier. And now I'm going to glue the end pieces on, and I think I better get back to work on that slant top. Now on the inside of my slant top, the top edge and the sides have a rabbet, and it's beveled a little bit so that I don't have a real sharp edge here to lean on. And it also gives me a nice lip to close the top against. I'll make that beveled rabbet using a 22-degree beveling bit. And because I want to remove just a little bit of material at a time, I'll have to make several adjustments. Well, that nice beaded edge will be the finished edge for the top side of the slant top. Now there's some hinges that secure the shelf and the top. And I want to mortise those in, make them flush. So I've made a little jig to guide my router, and the router is equipped with a 1/2-inch mortising bit. Watch. Now with the mortise cut, I've got to square up those little corners. And for that, I'm just going to use a little corner chisel. Now some pilot holes for the screws. And now a piece of 1/4-inch maple plywood, which I'll attach with my brad tacker. I've been making some of the parts for these little drawers. Let me show you how they go together. The sides are dovetailed into the front, just like I did on the top of the case. Then I put a 1/4-inch groove in the sides and the front over on the table saw, and that's for this plywood bottom. Then I put 2 more dados at the back edge on the table saw for the back piece, which fits in like this. I glue and nail these together, and that takes care of the little drawers. Now the large drawer has a rabbeted front on the sides and the top. And I'm ready to do that right over here with my router and a rabbeting bit. Well, now I just dovetail the sides and the front. Now I'm going to put a decorative edge on all 4 sides of the drawer front using a 1/4-inch round-over bit. And now a little scotia molding to go around the bottom edge. And this piece is ready for some fine sanding and then a coat of finish. Well, after much discussion here in the shop, it was decided that the desk should be stained a silver birch. Now, I'm not going to let it sit on there very long. I'm going to put it on with a brush and then rub most of it off with a rag so that I can let the natural beauty of the maple show through. And after this stain dries, I'm going to put 2 coats of a satin finish polyurethane. Well, this project was a challenge. There's no doubt about it. But look at the results. Now, I hope with the help of this videotape and the measured drawing that you'll be able to build one of these too. Now, here are some of the other new Yankee projects that you can build right in your own home workshop. Here's a workbench, a useful item in any shop. This is a drop leaf table, a classic addition to any home. Here is a blanket chest, a wonderful heirloom piece to build and have. The bedside table is shaker-inspired and a popular piece. Take a look at the bathroom vanity. Its design draws on the dry sinks of the past. This handsome trestle table is patterned after one found on the island of Nantucket. The bookcase, a revival of an old beauty found at Sturbridge Village. The chest of drawers is a traditional piece based on a shaker design. Look at the candle stand with its beautifully turned center column and gently curving legs. Here is a hutch, an indispensable item in any kitchen or dining room. My writing desk is made of maple with a smooth writing surface and lots of useful storage compartments. The corner cupboard makes good use of those often unused areas in your home. Here's a medicine cabinet made from oak and featuring box joints. And there it is, the new Yankee collection.
Norm Abram is the author of the book, The New Yankee Workshop, which is available in bookstores and libraries nationwide.
Hi, I'm Norm Abram. Welcome to the New Yankee Workshop, where today's project is going to be this corner cupboard, inspired by a visit to old Sturbridge Village. That's coming up next, right here on the New Yankee Workshop.
The new Yankee Workshop features the craftsmanship of Norm Abram.
Blink and imagine yourself in 1830, right off the common here at Old Sturbridge Village, in front of a house known as the Parsonage. And inside there's a great piece I want to show you. Good day, Parson.
Good day to you, sir.
Boy, look at this. Doorways that are only a little over 6 feet tall. But this is what I wanted to show you. This corner cupboard, which is located in the parlor, which is the place the entertaining and dining took place. And the interesting thing is that it's permanently built in place. It's not a piece that you can move around. Also, it doesn't go all the way back into the corner. It's a little bit shallower. It has this curved back to it. Now down here on the shelves, look at, they're very intricate. And I'm sure that was a lot of work considering they were all cut out by hand. And the door, very elegant. Even though it was made by hand, we still have a raised panel, a mortise and tenon joint, and boy, look at this. You can still feel and see all those hand plane marks. Probably made of pine, painted to match the trim in the rest of the room. Well, I think this will give me some ideas for our corner cupboard. Well, I got a lot of good ideas looking at that corner cupboard at Old Sturbridge Village. But when it came time to design a prototype here in the shop, I made one major change, and that was to close in the top section of it. It is supposed to be a display case, so I added some glass as not to block it out completely. And this will also make it easier to keep it clean, keep the dust out of there. Now the outside of the cabinet is all made from pine, clear pine, and it'll be stained and finished later. But the inside, which I'm going to paint, is made from plywood. And it's not just ordinary plywood. This is a piece of AC plywood, and it paints pretty well, but you still see a texture when it's painted. I'm using a special plywood. It's called medium density overlay. It looks like regular plywood in a cross section, but in fact it has a thin layer of paper on it, which is a very durable surface and gives me a perfectly smooth painting surface. In fact, it's so good the state uses it for all their roadside signs. Now I've ripped the pieces I need for the sides and the back to the right width, and now I need to cut them to length. And I'd like to be able to use my radial arm, but this only comes out 16 inches, and I have an 18-inch piece of stock. So I'm going to cut it over on the table saw. Now you might say, this is a pretty big piece of wood to cut on the table saw, but it's no problem with my panel cutter, which is just a big T-square. And what I do is set my plywood right in it and align my length mark with the end of the cutter, and then I can make a perfectly square cut every time. Okay, now that's the sides and the back cut precisely to length. And now I'm ready to make the shelves. Now I did take the time to make a template because I want every shelf to come out exactly the same. And what the template represents is the plywood shelf plus its edging and the area for the doors. Now after checking it out and making sure it's exactly symmetrical and perfect, I can use it to lay out each piece. And I just set it, align it with an edge, and mark it with a nice sharp pencil. I'll even take the time to check it one more time to make sure it matches the template after I've cut it. Now I will use the radial arm to cut these. And I've set it up at a 45-degree angle, and it just about makes it, but it does a beautiful job. Okay, now that little shortcut is 90 degrees to the long angle I made in the first pass. And now I need 6 of these. Okay, now I have 6 shelves, all perfectly identical. And the only way you can really do that is by using a template. That's the key to getting them all the same. Now the next thing I want to do is put a dado in these side pieces into which the back will fit. And I'll do that over on the table saw. I've set it up with the dado head cutter, set it a 1/2 inch width, and tilted it at a 45-degree angle so that I can make this cut right here. Now, I know it looks like there's not much material left here, but all I need is a little lip right here which will catch the back of the cabinet like this. And when I put it together and glue it, it'll be a very strong joint. And it gives me that perfect seam right down this inside corner. Well, one thing about this piece is that it's a very clumsy piece to put together, this carcass. So I'm using some sawhorses, and I've laid out a couple pieces of plywood, and I've taken some of my pipe clamps and just clamped it to the sawhorse so that these pieces won't just slide off the edge. What I really want to do is get everything perfectly aligned. So I'll take a piece of scrap plywood and slip it in that dado that we made. And what that does is simulates the back. And what I want to do is make sure that all these pieces, the side and the back, line up perfectly with that corner, just like that. Now I got to get back to my layout line, which is right there. And I'll drill a hole right at the top edge. And use a 1¼ inch drywall screw to hold it in place. Now I'll put 4 screws on each shelf, and I'm going to put this bottom, middle, and top all on this side first. A little bit of glue along the edge of this back piece, and that'll help secure it right into that dado. Just slip that in there. Okay, and then I'll fasten the back the same way I did with that first side. Just a few screws aligning it with my layout marks. Okay, a little more glue along the other edge. And the other side is ready to set in place. Now fasten that just like I did the first side. Okay, it sort of looks like I'm building a boat, doesn't it? Okay. Now to install the intermediate shelves, I just cut some scraps of pine to the right length that I want between each shelf. And these are just temporary. I clamp the edge ones in and just lean the back ones on there. And what it does is it assures me that the shelves will be perfectly parallel, and it helps hold them in place while I fasten them with the screws. Okay, the next thing I want to do is dress up the edges of these shelves. And to do that, I'm just going to put on a little strip of pine like this. It's mitered at a 45-degree angle. And since all the shelves are exactly the same size, all these little bands are going to be the same size. So I'm going to cut them over in my miter box, which has this extension with an adjustable stop. And not only can I cut square stock, but you can see it's set up also to cut miters. So I know that I can cut 6 pieces and they're all going to be exactly the same. Now to attach these little edge pieces, I just use a little bit of yellow carpenter's glue and some 4-penny finish nails. Now the side of the cabinet that shows here gets a piece of ponderosa pine, and it's the piece that all the moldings are applied to and that the door is hung from. That's a very important piece. Now if you open the door, you can see that it's not cut just at a square 90-degree angle. In fact, it's cut at half the difference between these 2 points, which is 22.5 degrees. So I've set up my table saw with the blade tilted and the fence at the right distance, and I'm ready to rip the 2 sides. Now these side pieces, when they're installed, have to line up right there where the transition in that little cleat is. And then back here I'm going to need a dado so that it'll slip over this side plywood. And I'm going to do that over on the table saw, which is already set up with the dado head cutter and the fence at the right adjustment. Now a little bit of glue on every one of the shelves, and then I'm ready to slip that side piece on. And I'll just nail it in place with some 4-penny finish nails. Now the 3 rails, one at the top, one in the middle here, and one at the bottom, are cut at the same 22 degrees that these side pieces were cut at. And I'll just use a little bit of glue and nails to set those in place. All right, well, I think that's enough for today. Anyway, it's almost time for this old house. So tomorrow, we'll put on the moldings on the entire cabinet and make the doors. Good morning. It's an awful cold, damp day out here, but it's nice and toasty in the shop. And I spent a little time this morning setting up to make the doors because I want to glue those up and let them set while I do the molding work. So let's go over and look at our doors. We have 2 types, a raised panel on the bottom and a door on the top with a glass insert. And the first thing that I'm going to do is make this little beaded edge along the rails and the stiles, and that looks like this. And I do that over on the router table, which is set up with a 1/4-inch rounding over bit and a fence. To hold the panel in place on the bottom doors, I need to make a groove in the stiles and the rails. And it looks like this. It's just a 1/4-inch groove that I make using my dado head and the rip fence set up in the table saw. Now the corners of the doors are joined together with a classic mortise and tenon joint. The stiles have a mortise, and it's a blind mortise because it doesn't go all the way through. And the rails will fit into that with a tenon, like this. Now to make that mortise, I use my drill press, which is set up with a mortising attachment. And all that really is a square chisel with a drill bit that fits inside. And the drill starts a hole first, and then the chisel squares it off. So as you push down with the drill press, you cut the mortise. So I'm all set up to do all the stiles for all the doors. Now on all the rails of all the doors, on this molded edge, I need to remove about 3/8 of an inch in depth and about 1 1/4 in length. So I've set up the table saw with a guide block and the adjustable dado head cutter to do that, and it'll take about 2 passes on each one. Now with my fence in the same position, but with the blade lowered slightly, I'm going to remove the material for the back side of the tenon on the rails for the top doors only. Okay, now with the fence still in the same position, but the dado head raised up to 1/2 inch, I want to make a shoulder cut here, away from the molded edge, 1/2 inch deep, and remove this material on all 8 rails. Now the last milling operation on the rails for the top doors only is to make this shoulder cut, which is on the molded edge. And I want to remove this material right here. So with the fence in the same position, but the blade slightly lowered, I'm ready to make that cut. Now the shoulder cut on the back side of the rails on the bottom door is offset from the front about 1/4 of an inch. So I've moved the fence over and lowered the blade, and now I'm ready to do those. Now to get this decorative arch on the top rail, I just trace an outline on the piece, and this is where the bandsaw really comes in handy. And I'll just freehand it through. Now I'm going to smooth up the inside edges of that cut just using a little drum sander set up in my drill press. Now to put this rounded over edge on the inside of this arch, I just used the router table, but I've removed the fence and I'll use the pilot bearing as a guide. Now the next thing that I want to do is make a little miter here on this molded edge. So I've tipped the saw to 45 degrees and located a guide block. And now I can run the rails through. Well, now I need to make a miter in the stiles in that molded edge. And I do it the same way on the table saw. Well, one more miter cut at the top of the stile. And I do that over on the table saw where I've readjusted the fence but left the blade in the same position. Okay, before I can assemble the lower door frames, I need to remove a little more material. I have to take this bead off, this little part right here, not the back. And I'll remove that using the mortising bit in my router table, and later I'll cut the miter by hand. Okay, to finish off that little miter cut, I'm just going to use a sharp utility knife and just take away a little bit of material until it fits perfectly. Now the stiles for the top doors need all of this material removed back to the miter, the full width of the board. And I do it again with the router table. Now with the frame for the lower doors loosely fitted, I've cut a blank for the panel. Now this ridge right along this edge around the door conforms to the depth of the groove for the panel. So I've made the blank just a little bit smaller so there's a little bit of room for expansion. Now to raise the panel, I'm going to use my radial arm saw. And it's equipped with a molding head cutter, which is just 3 cutters on a heavy wheel, and spinning at a relatively high rate of speed, it'll raise the panel in a single pass. Now remember, you always do the end grain first to minimize splintering. At last, I'm ready to assemble the doors. Now, I didn't put any glue on the panel, just on the tenons. And drive these together, set them up in some clamps, and put them aside to dry. Now I can glue up the glass door frames and put those in the clamps to dry. Okay, now what I'm doing is applying moldings to the cabinet. We go back over to the prototype here, and you see there's a wide piece at the bottom and a narrower band that runs all the way up the side, around the top, and right back to the base again. Now this molding is simply sold as window stop at the home center, and all the angles that I'm using are the same as I used to build the case. Now with the base applied, I've 45 this corner to accept the narrower molding. So I'll just hold it in its right position, go down to the other end, and mark the length where I want to make my other 45. And I'll just take it over to my miter box, which has been set at the right angle, and this is where I'll make all my cuts. Okay, that finishes the window stop moldings. Now I'm going to run a band of flat stock just above this molding, all around the top edge. Okay, that takes care of that band. Now I have to put the last run around, which is this crown molding, and that's a little tricky. The thing that you have to remember when you cut crown moldings is that you place them in the miter box upside down. So this is the bottom of the molding, and this is the top. And then you clamp a straight edge on so that the flat surfaces of the molding sit in a perfect relationship with the back of the miter box. That way, every time you make a cut, it'll be in the right position, and all the miters should fit perfectly. Well, now it's back to the doors. Now this rabbet on the back side of the top door will accept the glass panel. Perfect fit. This cabinet has overlapping doors on the top and the bottom. So I need a rabbet on the front of one and on the back of the other, and I do that with my router. Now that was a 22.5 degree bevel. That's necessary so the angle of the door exactly matches the angle of the case. Hey, we did it. This piece is almost ready for finish. Well, this first coat is a latex primer. Before I paint the inside a dark blue. And I was going to stain the outside, but after seeing that corner cupboard at Sturbridge Village, I think I'm going to paint it a light blue. Well, I bet this corner cupboard will be admired and appreciated for many years. And I hope that with the help of this videotape and the measure drawing that you'll be able to build one too.